Sally Jackson hummed as she walked up the steps of the New York Academy for Young Women. Her Sweet on America uniform ruffled in the breeze. As she entered, she thought about the fact that the headmistresses of the school was letting her son learn at the all-girls school. Her dear childhood friend met her as she went through the door of the school by surprising her with a hug. She was wearing a light green dress with a simple touch of makeup. Her blonde hair trailed freely down her back as she held on to Sally. Miss Abigail was the headmistresses of the school and was glad to see her friend. "Sally dear, how was your day?" she inquired as they separated. "No problems at work today?" "I had a fine day today, Abigail," Sally answered. "In fact, my boss gave me the rest of this week and the next off with paid vacation time. He said that I need to spend more time with my boys and to relax a bit." Abigail frowned as she saw Sally's face fall. She had her suspicions that Sally's husband was beating her and was abusing her children, but could never get her friend to tell her anything. Sally would just wave it off and say that she was fine, but Abigail knew better. Tucking a strand of her blonde hair behind her ears, she wondered what she would say to her friend and the mother of the most sweetest little boy she had ever met. Many of her staff and the girls in the academy had a soft spot for the adopted son of Sally, and all of them thought of the boy as a little brother. Abigail smiled as she recalled when she had met the boy. It was her turn to host a girls' get-together, and Sally had been running late that night. She had just taken Percy to another boarding school and wasn't able to find a babysitter for her child. The walrus of a man she called a husband was out of town on a so-called meeting, so she had brought her 4-year-old son. The boy was kind and polite for a 4-year-old. His little blue eyes seemed to sparkle with some hidden secret that only he knew whenever he was happy or excited. Unlike his older brother Percy, Sally's youngest rarely got into trouble that involved strange events, as many of the girls stood up for him in his defense when something did happen. Like the noodle incidents, she thought. How in the world did it happen? She didn't want to know, considering that it involved the once proud members of the NYPD's and NYFD's honor. Shaking her head, she opened the door to the room where Sally's son was. "Time to go, Naruto. Your mother's here." She started only to clasp a hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing. Looking around her, Sally looked at her son and barked out a laugh. There was Naruto surrounded by sheepish teenage girls, dressed as a little girl. He was wearing a skirt that went down to his knees and a light blue shirt that complemented his eyes. His long hair was put up in twin ponytails down his back. On his feet were a pair of black Mary Jane's shoes with a little bow at the ends and knee-high socks. The look was complete with lip gloss, a little blush to bring out his cheeks, and a touch up to his eyes to bring them out. The thing was, the poor boy looked like he was a natural girl and not the male that he truly was. Naruto, seeing that his mother was there, tried to wave to her, but was stopped by the red-haired girl that was doing his fingernails. "Naruto, hold still. I need to finish, and if you move, I'll have to start over. You don't want that, do you?" Naruto shook his head. "No." "Then hold still." Sally smiled as her son waited for the girl to finish. He was such a sweetheart that it was a shame that he was a boy. Many of the women and girls thought Naruto was too feminine to be a boy, but Sally knew that was because he was such a mommy's boy. He helped her clean the apartment where they lived as best as his little body could do. He was a good cook and could snitch and sew well enough to fix minor items. Clearing her throat, she spoke up. "I would love to have my son back, ladies. So can you finish up? My son will be back next year, so you all can dress him up when he gets back." The girls and Naruto whined. Naruto was whining because he liked it when everyone was happy and that he had to leave his friends for the summer. Feeling bad for the girls and her son, Sally thought up a solution. "How about I take a picture of all of you together? One for Naruto, and you all can photocopy an image for yourselves?" The group of looked at each other, then at Sally, and nodded. Smiling, Abigail left to find a camera. "I need to get a picture for myself." "Bye, Naruto," the girls called as Sally drove away from the school. Back in his t-shirt and shorts, Naruto looked like how she had left him for the day. "So, honey," Sally began, "how was your day?" Naruto beamed at his adopted mother. "It was great. We did math, writing, arts and craft, and a science project. Then we did dress up." Sally listened as her child told her about his day. Everything was normal about his day until there was this one girl that was looking at me weird, and she was flickering like the TV when then channel is set right. Sally's heart froze. "No, please no. Please let it, because he is a clear-sighted mortal like me. I don't know if I could bear it if he was like Percy. I don't want my children to be heroes and die. Perhaps you were seeing things, dear. It was around the time you take a nap, yes? Naruto thought it over. Maybe. He spoke softly. Sally reached over from her seat and gave her son a hug. Cheer up, honey. We're going to see your older brother when we get home, then the three of you are going to the beach. Wouldn't that be fun? Smiling at each other, they held on to each other for a few moments before she went back to driving. High above on MT Olympus, three ladies watched as their shared son share a moment with his adopted mother. They knew that they had to send him to camp, and when they did, all Hades would break loose as their so-called husbands freaked out. Until then, they waited as their plans for Naruto to come into effect. Until then, they waited. Sally watched as her two boys played in the surf of the ocean, thinking about how different her sons were from each other. Her biological son Percy had sea-green eyes, black hair, a swimmer's build, and a poor luck with nearly anything to do with the school. At least this year he didn't cause me to pay several $1,000s to pay for damages. She mused as thought about the fact that he was expelled again. She giggled as she watched as Percy splashed his brother. The younger of the duo fell, and as Percy went to pick him up, Naruto tackled him into the sand. I win. Naruto cheered until his brother reached up and tickled his sides. Percy is so protective of his little brother, Sally thought as she shook her head to the boy's attics. It would kill him if he was separated from Naruto any time longer than necessary. I don't know if I could bear my eldest going to camp as Naruto was looking forward to spending time with his brother. Biting her lip, Sally Jackson knew that she had to tell her sons, and that would break their hearts. I'll tell them at the campfire. Naruto finally was able to escape his brother's tickling and race to the cabin to dry off. I'll beat you next time, he called out as he raced over the sand and beach grass, feeling happy and excited. I will beat him, Databeo, he thought as he neared the cabin. Not thinking, he opened the door to the building, only to be tackled by an orange Massachusetts. Gah? You stupid fox, Naruto yelled as he and the said fox tumbled head over end on the ground fighting. I won't forgive you this time. Naruto Jackson, what are you doing? Naruto looked up to see the angry eyes of his mother. She cocked an eyebrow. Well, Naruto, covered with dirt and sand, pointed to his side. It was Kyuubi's fault, Mom. He attacked me as soon as I opened the door, and… Naruto, Sally began as she put her head into her hand. With her other she pointed at the fox. Kyuubi's a stuffed nine-tailed fox that you got for your birthday. He isn't alive, and he reached you shoulders. You must have left him on the counter next to the door, and he fell on you. Now let's get inside to you two fixed up. This isn't over. Naruto growled at Kyuubi as his mother picked him up low enough so that only the fox could only hear. Says the brat, that was cheating. We agreed not to use our teeth, and you bit me. Also, you didn't even give me the tuna that you promised me today. The seagulls were good thought, but you owe me several cans. Kyuubi smirked as Naruto yelled at him as Sally ignored her son's one-sided conversation. She didn't understand her son's instance that his stuffed nine-tailed fox was a 6-foot-tall bipedal fox that talked. Kyuubi, as Naruto preferred to call his toy, was her son's best friend at times and enemy for others. One day, Naruto will forget that it is just a stuffed animal and not a person. She thought as she carried her son. Alt hot, I do have to wonder why it looks like there is blood and seagull feathers all over its mouth. Sally entered the cabin with her son and Kyuubi. Go on, Naruto, get cleaned off. Then let me take care of your owies, okay? Sally said in a teasing voice as she put down her son and messed up his hair. Naruto pouted and Sally resisted the urge to squeal at his cute face he made. Naruto raced off to get clean, and Sally walked over to closet to get out the med and sewing kits. Hey, Mom. Percy greeted his mother as he went over to the cooler, getting out a blue Gatorade. Where's Naruto? Taking a shower. I caught him fighting his stuffed fox again. One of these days it's going to be too damaged to fix, and I will have to throw it away. Your brother will be so heartbroken, and I do not know how he would take it. Sally sighed and turned to face Naruto's stuffed fox, only to blink at the empty spot. Percy, did you move Naruto's fox? It was on the counter just before you came in. No, Mom. I didn't see it when I came in. Maybe Naruto took it. Sally nodded with Percy's answer. It was no big deal, As long as she fixed it up as well as her youngest, it wasn't a big deal that it disappeared. After all, it didn't get up and walk away. Your adopted mother was going to patch me up without anesthetic again. Doesn't she know that being sewed up with a needle and thread hurts? Kyubi said to Naruto while sitting outside the shower. You keep telling, and I tried telling her that you need it, but she always says that foxes, especially nine-tailed ones, don't need it. Naruto replied to his friend. Kyubi snorted. I hope she understands how I feel when she needed to be stitched up without anesthetic. That will teach her. Hey, that's my mom, you know, and that would mean that something terrible would have to happen to her. Naruto scolded his friend. Kyubi rolled its eyes. Whatever. Hey Naruto, you done yet? Percy asked as he came around the cabin. Almost. Naruto turned off the water and grabbed his towel. All done. Mom waiting for you and Kyubi to get inside. Percy told his little brother as he stepped into the shower. Naruto nodded and ran off with Kyubi draped over his shoulders, tails on the ground dragging. As he disappeared around the corner, Percy could hear Naruto's one-sided conversation with his stuffed animal. No, you cannot eat my brother even if he smells. What do you mean I'm weak? See here, you dash. Percy shook his head and let the water clean him off, ignoring the strange arrangement that his brother was having with a stuffed animal. I still don't believe it when Mom said I did the same thing, only with a stuffed blue whale. Percy thought, blue whales are cooler than a nine-tailed fox too. Naruto opened his eyes and blinked when he saw a bearded face that he didn't know. W, who are you? W, where am I? The man smiled and got a twinkle in his eyes. Who am I? Well, I guess that I can reintroduce myself. You know me as Percy's Latin teacher from a while back. Naruto thought back to when he came with his mother to Percy's school to give his brother a home-cooked meal. As for where you are, you're at Camp Half-Blood. No. She needs to wear the pink one with these heels. No, the blue blouse and lavender skirt will be perfect. I think that her nails should be a nice red. What do you think, Lacey? I think she is trying to escape again. Naruto pulled and heaved at the bindings that held him to the chair, surrounded by girls from the Aphrodite's cabin. They caught sight of him when he left the big house and thought he needed a makeover as he was too girly looking to be a boy. He didn't want to be given a makeover, but they were rather forceful of their views. It didn't help that he naturally looked like a young girl too. The girls at the NYGA were the only ones that he let giving him a makeover, as they said it was for their grades. For some reason they gigged or turned their faces away each time they said that thought. Kyubi, help me. Naruto yelled out. MPHF. In a bit, kid. These cookies are delicious and the tea is simply too good to pass up. How can you be drinking tea and eating cookies when your friend is HEY? You just said you're eating cookies. No fair, I want some too. Kyubi made exaggerated eating sounds of someone who is enjoying a good meal. Naruto tugged on his bonds harder as to get to the cookies before Kyubi ate them all. It didn't help when Kyubi started to talk to the other stuffed animals about said cookies. Oh yes, Mr. Bumpkins, Naruto is such a pain at times. Oh yes, he is yet to give me the tuna that he so promised. More tea? Why yes, Miss Piggy, I would love some. I do believe that Naruto would have loved to join us, but he is rather tied up at the moment with his new friends. Oh yes, I am enjoying these cookies too much. When I get out of this, I am going to turn that fur ball into a fur coat. That will teach him from keeping me from cookies, Naruto thought as glared in the general area of Kyubi. The girls of the cabin didn't pay any attention to Naruto, as they were too busy chatting about what Naruto should wear and what kinds of makeup he should be wearing. There was no guys in the cabin as the girls kicked them out, saying that it was improper for a boy to see a girl naked or indecent. As soon as the last boy was out, but Naruto, they locked up the entrance and covered the windows, then provided to strip Naruto to his underwear. They let Naruto keep them on, saying that even if they were boys' underwear, they looked good on him and they looked at least like girl boxers. Now here he was, tied up with chatting girls trying to figure out an outfit that would fit a girl of her stature. Guess who the lucky girl was? Naruto's eyes lit up when the bindings for his left hand came undone. His joy was short-lived as a hand came to his cheek and brushed against his whisker markings. Don't purr. Oh, please don't purr. He thought as he feared the consequence of doing so. Purr. Oh no. The chatting stopped as soon as the girls hear the noise. Did she purr? I think so. Stroke her markings again. Oh no. The hand that was not moving started up again, this time up and down with feeling of gentleness like a lover does to their other. Naruto started to purr louder and lean into the hand. His eyes glazed over and he relaxed. "Oh, this is so cute," one girl squealed. Another nodded in agreement. "I know. She reminds me of a fox that I raised when I was younger until it died. The purring is more like a cat's thought." "That gives me an idea. Why don't we dress her as a fox?" "I have just the thing," the girl named Lacey squealed out as she raced to her chest. Digging around, she pulled out a shirt for the camp, a dark-range pair of pants, some dark-colored cat ears, and a long orange sock. She raced back to the group with the items in hand. "Let's use these." In seconds, Naruto was dressed up with the sock acting as his tail. Several of the older girls did makeup to complete the look. Kyubi took one look at Naruto and fell to the floor howling in laughter. Naruto glared at his friend before a thought struck his mind. "It's missing something." At those words, the girl's eyes lit up and nodded. The one called Drew nodded and walked over to where Kyubi was and picked up the stuffed animal. Pulling out a ribbon, she tied a pink bow around Kyubi's neck and placed him on Naruto's lap. The girls all stepped back and admired their work, gushing on how cute the scene was. "I hate you, Kit. The bow doesn't even match my color. I, the great Kyubi, reduced to being a plaything. If you had helped me, we both would have escaped with the cookies." Naruto hissed at the fox. "About the cookies. You didn't. They were too good to pass up. Now let's eat." Mine brought in cookies from her father's factory today, and they are some of the rarest ones he could get her hands on. The girls turned to get to the cookies and saw that there was only crumbs. Kyubi, seeing things were about to get hairy, raced out the door, with Naruto right behind him, intending to murder his friend for eating the cookies. The boys of Aphrodite's cabin were bowled over as they sat around the grass in front of their cabin by two orange masses. Thinking that it was the poor kid that was taken by their sisters to be given a makeover and the kid's stuffed fox, they didn't realize that they had cookie crumbs spattered all over them when Kyubi passed by. The girls noticed thought and unleashed their feminine fury on the poor boys on the idea that their brothers ate their cookies. Naruto, so focused on killing Kyubi, didn't notice until it was too late hit a person with their back turned. "Hey, who are you, brat?" The girl glared at Naruto until she got a gleam in her eyes. Grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, the girl, Clarice, smirked. "You are one of the two newbies. I was going to introduce your brother to the toilets, but I think that you should go first." Clarice started toward the girls' restroom with Naruto in her hands. Naruto tried to escape, but she was too strong for him. She was about to enter before a voice called out, "Hey." Naruto stood in the middle of the girls' bathroom floor next to a blonde girl. Both were soaked, the girl more than Naruto as she had shielded him with her body, with toilet water. His brother was in the only dry spot in the entire room for some reason. The trio looked at each other silently, then walked to the entrance of the girls' restroom to see Clarice and her siblings. Naruto didn't know that they were floundering in the mud made from the toilet water. "Ah, I miss out on something interesting." "Not much, Kyubi. That gorilla of a girl and her friends were going to introduce me to the drainage ability of a toilet close up and personal-like." Naruto grumbled to his friend. He then brightened up and spoke excitedly. "But bro did this thing with the toilets and had the water push the bullies away." Kyubi yawned. "That's nice, Kit, but you now stink up a storm." "Not my fault. At least I no longer look like a little girl playing dress-up. But now you smell, and we both know what that means." Kyubi grinned at Naruto's horrified look. "No." "Yes," Kyubi crackled. "Bath time." At least it wasn't a bath. Naruto thought to himself as he stepped out of the Hermes restroom freshly showered with a towel around his waist. "Oi, Naruto. Here's some shorts for you to wear, and we're out of camp shirts your size right now, so here's a shirt from the bin." The counselor for Cabin 11, Luke Castellan, handed Naruto his new clothes. Nodding his head in thanks, Naruto re-emptied the restroom and put them on. When he came out, he was wearing a pair of dark blue shorts, his sneakers, and a red, striped t-shirt. Percy gave his brother a high five as Naruto walked out of the cabin. The blonde girl from earlier was with him. "How are you doing, little bro?" "Fine," Naruto answered him as he stared at the blonde girl. Percy, seeing this, was quick into introducing his brother to the girl. "Naruto, this is Annabeth." "Annabeth, This is my little brother, Naruto. Annabeth's eyes blinked in surprise. That's your brother? She asked, shocked that the younger boy in front of her was a male. He looks more like a girl than anything else. I thought he was a she. I get that a lot. Naruto pouted as he silently cursed his girly looks. Something that Percy never seemed to let him forget, but at least he made sure that his little bro wasn't picked on too much because of it. You. Annabeth shook her head. Her female pride wouldn't accept the fact that Naruto looked so much like a natural girl, far more than some of her sisters or some of the younger female campers. If he's a son of Apollo or Aphrodite, I could understand, as Aphrodite's sons do look girly at times, and Apollo's until they fill out. But if not, Annabeth was taken from her thinking as Naruto started to talk to his stuffed animal next to him. Do you think that what I am wearing reminds you of something? I don't know why, but it feels like I'm impersonating someone who wears the exact thing that I am wearing right now with blonde hair, who talks to his best friend that no one can see isn't just a stuffed animal. So Naruto, do you have any idea who your godly parent is? Naruto looked at her strangely. Huh? I thought this place was just a camp. Annabeth shook her head. Well, yes, but this is a special camp for people like us. We're demigods and dash. What's a demigod? Naruto asked, genuine confusion. A demigod is a child born of a mortal and a god or goddess. Annabeth answered with a hint of something that Naruto could not identify. Humming, she looked Naruto over. Percy said that you were adopted, correct? Naruto nodded sadly with hurt feelings. Even if he had a mother, though Sally Jackson, it was not the same as knowing where he came from and how his true family was. Annabeth, seeing that she had hurt his feelings, gave Naruto a hug. What? No hug for me. Kyubi spoke sarcastically as the duo separated. Pekri stood where he was, more interested to the fact that Luke was walking up to them. Hey, Percy, Naruto. How's the first day going for you? Fine. Okay. Luke frowned at Naruto's soft tone. Looking over the scene, he winced and had a dark look pass over him for a second. Only Kyubi noticed the look that passed over him. That boy is more than what he appears. I better keep an eye on him, as he reminds me of an Uchiha, Kyubi thought with narrow eyes. The next few days were interesting for the two brothers as they went around doing activities while the cabin heads and Chiron tried to figure out Percy's and Naruto's godly parents. Mr. D, as the camp liked to call him, as he wanted to be called that for some reason Naruto did not get, was more interested in Naruto than his brother. The two were the talk of the camp as they were the newest campers this year. Naruto enjoyed camp like his brother, but both had a hard time trying to find an activity that fit them. Percy more than Naruto. Archery class with the Apollo kids. High point was when Percy shot Chiron in the ass. Naruto was able to use the bow, but he wasn't strong enough to draw the string back enough to hit the target from an acceptable distance. He had a great grouping that Chiron praised him for. The Apollo campers said he might be one of theirs, but until he was claimed, they didn't know if it was in his blood or talent. Kyubi spent most of the time avoiding being shot at by Percy. Several arrows did hit and piece his tails. One of the Athena girls fixed Kyubi for Naruto, but she had him promise to model for her in return someday. He agreed to the deal as she was the best seamstress in the camp currently. Foot racing with the Hermes and Dryads. Percy and Naruto were left in the dust by the Dryads. However, Naruto had more stamina than his brother, so he was able to go longer. Percy was humiliated that he was slower than a tree, but felt better when told that he had centuries of practice from running away from lovesick gods. Naruto was more concerned about the fact that the Dryads were too close to him when he tripped and fell. They spent several minutes, to his horror, to take turns to rub his cheeks and sitting him on their laps. He didn't mind sitting on their laps as they gossiped about things his mind didn't understand yet and pressed their bodies against him. I wonder why the older guys and satyrs are looking like they want to kill me, he wondered as he shifted his weight on the Dryad that was holding him. Arts and crafts with the Hestia campers. Naruto didn't have the strength yet to use the froge, but he helped the rest of the group by tending the fire and racing around to get tools for the Hephaestus campers. Percy enjoyed the class as he was able to partly forge a sword. Greek reading and writing with Annabeth. Percy knew how to read, so he had the easiest time with this activity than his brother, who was still learning to read. Even with Kyubi, Percy, and Annabeth helping Naruto, the poor kid was out of his league for the time being. Gardening with Demeter's cabin. Percy learned that he lacked a green thumb and left before he could cause more damage. Naruto was able to show that he had some talent here, but he got into an argument with one of the boys over several holes where the campers were growing flowers. The boy did not believe Naruto when he was told that it was Kyuubi's fault, saying that there was not way that a stuffed animal could dig. He had Naruto fill in the holes. Naruto got back at him by via water balloons filled with paint and pinned it on the Stroll brothers. Canoeing. Percy shined in this area while his brother did decently. While his brother got first in the race, Naruto got third as he had a hard time turning around with his boat. Then came the day that all the campers were waiting for. Naruto felt odd in his armor for capture the flag. One of the Strolls was helping him tighten and straighten his armor, while the other was checking the bags that they had brought for the game. Percy was on the other side of the table, trying to find a sword that he could wield. So what are the rules that Chiron forgot to tell us? Naruto asked as he reached for his helmet after his armor was properly put on, although a bit big on him. Other than make sure that you watch your back for monsters that weren't cleared out, you should be fine. Unless the Ares campers use you to back at your brother, Connor said as he handed Naruto a bag. Connor and Travis had taken Naruto in as their apprentice prankster after he had framed them for the paint-filled water balloon prank Naruto pulled off. Looking inside the bag, Naruto saw that the brothers had filled it with pranking supplies for the game. There was a can of whipped cream, some stink and smoke bombs, a water gun filled with paint, a bottle of itching powder, and... "What is this?" Naruto asked as he took out a box with a word on it he didn't know. Connor turned red in the face as Travis spoke in a tone that sounded serious. "They are balloons, Naruto, a special brand that we smuggled into camp." Mr. D, who happened to be looking in the direction of Naruto, started to snicker into his hand. Naruto, not seeing this, took one of the balloons out. They looked strange for balloons. Percy was too busy talking to Luke about something and didn't notice the growing snickers as Naruto spoke in a loud voice. "Why is each a different flavor? Are they for making the water that is put in taste better, or am I supposed to fill it with cream?" Connor was trying to keep from bursting a gut, as well as most of the guys who knew what Naruto had said unintentionally. The girls who also knew were too red-faced to tell Naruto what he had could be taken the wrong way. Mr. D was making sure that he got this videotaped for blackmail or to use for the annual Funnest Olympus home video, showing for the next time the winter solstice. The fun came to end due to Chiron taking away the box of balloons and telling the Scroll brothers that they had to clean the toilets for all the cabins for a week for their stunt. Naruto protested, asking why the trainer was taking his balloons, and to many of the campers' snickers, watched as Chiron tried to come up with an answer to the innocent boy's request to have what he believed to be balloons. Giving up, he just walked away, with Naruto protesting until Liz, the girl who fixed up Kyuubi, distracted Naruto so that he would forget about the balloons. Naruto quickly forgot about the balloons as Liz told him what he was to be doing. "You will be sticking with me, Naruto. We'll be inside our territory as lookouts and distractions as the red team tries to get out flag." "What about Kyuubi?" Naruto asked as he lifted up his stuffed animal. A blue headband was around its head, and it wore a simple commando vest unzipped. Mark, an Ares camper, gave it to Naruto after Naruto bested the older boy in hand-to-hand combat. Liz did not know the details, as Mark was not forthcoming and Naruto was bribed by the older camper to keep quiet. All Mark said on the issue that Naruto could be either an Athena camper or just a clever arse kid. Kyuubi can, watch the game with Mr. D. The first part was towards Naruto, and the seconds towards Mr. D. The gears in Liz's head were turning as she thought on how she could come up with a logical and pleasant-sounding reasoning that would have Naruto leave his stuffed toy at the table or cabin. While her sister Annabeth was the cabin head, Liz was also a candidate for the position as the eldest child of the goddess and had the same amount of beads as Annabeth. The only reason she was not the cabin head was because she did not want it, and she was gone from the camp until summertime as she was trying to become a fashion designer. Naruto frowned but nodded. Walking up to Mr. D, he asked the immortal if he could watch Kyuubi until he could collect it after the game. Mr. D rolled his eyes and agreed. If only because Naruto gave him the puppy eyes and the feeling of Hestia looking at him, as if to say you better do so or else. Soon after the game began, our hero spaceman Sniff was hiding behind a rather large rock as he tried to find out what the evil Zogs were up to. His ally, The strange owl creature was nearby, perched on what looked like a rotten giant weed. The Zogs had taken our hero's ship, and without a doubt hero could not escape this arena of doom. Gashf Ef Jaras Phi. The creature spoke to our hero as several of the Zogs came into view as they moved through the darkened landscape. Taking out his death ray Zorcher, he set the level to deep fat fry. Taking a close look at the approaching Zogs, he identified them as the Seducer Swarm Maul class. Think back to his encounters with this type. Our hero made a plan to avoid their attack of overly affection of death. Taking out a Demizo bomb, he stepped out from behind the rock. Hey, it's Naruto. Oh, I want to stroke his whiskers again. Maybe we should capture him and bring him to the other girls. But what is he doing? Blast it. The Zogs have noticed our hero and were heading straight for him, clearly to take him back to the nest for their horrible treatment before killing him. Acting fast, Spaceman Sniff threw his bomb yelling, "Take that, you filthy creatures." Die. The bomb hit true, and Out Hero waited to see if it was effective. His ally let out an alarm as it was attacked by a bigger and bulkier version of the Zogs. She was doing well, but she was then attacked from the side from another the some class. A low grow came from the smoke, and our hero gasped as the trio emerged unharmed, but extremely angry. The one that closest hissed out at our hero. Not wanting to know what these ugly creatures wanted, Spaceman Sniff raced away on his jetpack, quickly and rapidly leaving the area. Liz and the sons of Mr. D looked at the rapidly fading form of Naruto running away, screaming as the girls from Cabin 10 raced after him. Works. It seems that the foul creatures have jetpacks of their own. Our hero fires his weapon, only to find that it is only an irritant to his foes. Gasped Orter Spaceman Sniff. One of the creatures roared at Out Hero as he raced away. Taking a look at his inventory, our hero quickly mixed the experimental powered into his blaster. Taking aim, he fired into his satiation. One of the creatures went down. Arg. That little brat, if he wasn't so cute, I would skin him alive, yelled Aphrodite's daughter number 1 as she rolled on the ground, trying to relive the itching and stink. Her sisters quickly hide behind a tree to avoid being hit. I think that maybe I should use my charm speak, grumbled girl number 2 as Naruto took pop shots with his water gun. She quickly hit the ground and rolled as a paint-filled water balloon broke over her head. Growling, she came up with a plan, telling her fellow sister next to her the plan. As their fallen member was out of it, they spilt up. Spaceman Sniff waited for the last 2 Zogs to show themselves as their fallen comrade was either dying or just faking its actions. Acting quickly, he raced around the rock to attack the survivors. Gadfa, yelled one of the Zogs as it captured our hero in its arms. The other appeared quickly, drawn in by its fellow Zogs' cries of victory. They quickly took our hero's weapon and started to attack our hero by using their evil Zog seductions. Our hero must stay strong. What is he talking about? I have no idea, but I think that revenge is in order. Hold him still as I use my talent to make him surrender and follow us. Well, hurry up, he's starting to kick harder. Spaceman Sniff will never surrender, you evil hags dash, Naruto yelled as he struggled against the far stronger girl. He did not. He did. I think that he should be proper punished. Reaching out, daughter number 3 stroked his cheeks, causing Naruto to start purring. Grinning, she reached out and pinched Naruto's cheeks. Ow, wow, Naruto cried as she pulled. Looking at him dead in the eyes, she asked with a smile and twinkle in her eyes, I will let go if you promise to apologize for calling us hags. Naruto tried to shake his head, as Spaceman Sniff would never surrender, but the second girl pinched his butt and he cried out in pain. The girl let go and slowly started to rub the area to calm the pain. The girl who was holding his face let go of his left cheek and started to rub his side. Under the stress of the pain and pleasure, Naruto surrendered. I'm sorry. The girls grinned and let him go. No, let's get you to prison and dash. A horn blew through the woods, signing the end of the game. Rolling her eyes, Silena Beauregard looked at her sister and Naruto with a neutral expression. Never mind, let's go see who won. Naruto sighed as he walked aimlessly around the cabin green. Kyubi was nowhere to be found as he said that he wanted to spy on the, quote, sexy dryads and nymphs who were bathing in the creek around this time. Whatever that meant. The Hermes cabin were in the middle of sword fight class. Mr. D's sons were with the Demeter cabin working in the strawberry fields. The children of Athena and Hephaestus were working together on some sort of project. The Apollo and Aphrodite cabins were split between doing a volleyball match, the boys, and getting a tan, the girls. As for the Ares campers, they were taking a special archery class with Chiron after one of the boys from the cabin tried to do a trick shot and nearly shot Chiron. Kicking a small rock in his path, Naruto sat down next to the hearth. "I'm so bored," he thought as he closed his eyes. "Need something?" Naruto opened his eyes and looked to his left. There off to the side was a girl that he had never really noticed. She smiled at Naruto as she tucked some of her brown hair out of the way with one of her hands, and the other poked at the logs with a prod. Her eyes seemed to reflex the fire in them, but at a softer and friendlier glow. Or was that rock just in the way? Shaking his head, Naruto looked at her, then huffed and turned away. "It's nothing." "Your actions tell me that it is more than nothing. You want to talk about it?" "I have cookies." Naruto looked out from the corner of his eye and saw that the girl had pulled up a lunchbox and placed it on her lap. Taking out a cookie, she teased Naruto by slowly eating one right in front of him. They always taste better with someone to share them with. Naruto's tummy rumbled and he blushed. The girl giggled as he rubbed the back of his head. Walking over to the girl, he sat down and took one of the cookies. After a bite, his eyes started to water. "This," he started, "tastes like Mom's cookies." "I'll take that as a compliment then." The duo ate in silence for a while before she asked, "Is it okay if I brushed your hair?" "Knock yourself out." Grinning, she took a brush that Naruto did not notice before and started on his hair. "You need to either cut your hair or take better care of your hair," she said as she brushed. Naruto hummed as she stroked his hair with her brush. Naruto jerked as she brushed out a tangle. The girl hit him lightly with her hairbrush. "Don't move." "Sorry." The duo were quiet for a bit as she brushed his hair. "It's about my brother Percy." The girl stayed quiet as Naruto explained how his brother got to leave the camp and got to know who his father was, while as for himself had to stay at the camp and not know who either of his parents were. "It's not fair." "The world is, and never was, fair, Naruto. Perhaps your godly parent wants you to grow stronger so that when you are claimed, you are given the honor based on your own merits." Naruto pointed at the Hermes campers in the distance. Many of them were never claimed. Why are some claimed and others not? I understand slightly that the gods do not want to play favorites, but aren't they doing so by claiming some but not others? Why is it that because that we are sired by them we have to listen to the gods? The girl was silent as she thought up an answer to the upset boy. "I can see your argument, and I agree. But the gods are prideful, so if you want to do something about it, you will have to become a great hero. Then I will become even greater than even the legendary heroes of the past," Naruto declared with his finger raised up. "Perhaps, Naruto, but for now, let me finish your hair," Hestia sang to herself as she cleaned her temple. Ever since she met Naruto, she had been feeling happier than usual, and it was showing in the way she moved and worked. Her latest batch of food was just as good as the feast she made for the celebration of the gods' first year of ruling. Her power pulsed of her in waves filled with happiness, making every passing immortal on Olympus wonder what was happening within the temple. "And that is another batch of cookies," Hestia gigged as she pulled her batch of chocolate chip cookies off the rack. Using her powers to cool them down, she put them into a lunchbox. "I hope that Naruto will enjoy these cookies just as well as the last batch," she wondered as she walked into her bedroom. Going to her wardrobe, she hummed as she looked for an outfit to wear. Choosing one, she put it on like a mortal. True, she could use her powers to put it on and have it fit perfectly, but she liked doing it like mortals. Twirling around, she looked in the mirror to judge her outfit. Perhaps I should lose the curls." With a pulse of power, she straightened her hair and tied it up with a ribbon in a bow. Nodding to the image, she skipped out to get everything for her lunch date with Naruto. However, before she could head to Camp Half-Blood, there was a knock on her temple doors. "Come in." Athena and Artemis stood outside the temple wondering what was going on with their fellow virgin goddess. After days working to keep the peace between her brothers, Hestia suddenly stopped, leaving only Demeter and Hera to try to calm the fighting brothers. No one noticed that she left until the first pulse of power left her temple. Zeus and Poseidon stopped their argument over Zeus's bolt to send them to investigate. At least the two aren't fighting, Artemis said to Athena as they walked towards Hestia's temple. True, but until the bolt is found, there's still the threat of war between the two. I hope my daughter will be able to retrieve the bolt, even if it is the sea god's son's quest, Athena said smugly. Artemis rolled her eyes as Athena started to mutter about how the boy could have stolen the bolt when the boy was so ignorant about his heritage. It makes no sense for my rival to have his son take the bolt. It is as if someone is playing Zeus's rivalry with his brother. Instead of focusing on your rival, why don't we focus on the task at hand? Artemis growled at her half-sister as they turned onto the street Hestia's temple was on. She had no time to deal with Athena's issues with her uncle. All she wanted to do was to get back to her hunt to track down that monster that was proving to be worthy prey. Another pulse of power hit, and the sisters had to question the fact why Zeus had their aunt leave the council for their lazy brother Dionysus. That was interesting, Athena said as she dusted off her dress. Artemis looked at her aunt's temple in confusion. Was it just me, or was that last one more powerful than the last? Perhaps we should hurry. The two sisters raced to the doors of the temple of the goddess of the hearth. Finding it locked, Athena and Artemis wondered if they should knock or just break in. After using their powers to determine if Hestia was alone and finding, so they relaxed a bit. Artemis knocked as she did now want to be punished by Hestia again after the last time Artemis interrupted the elder goddess's concentration. Come in. Naruto turned the page as he read the book Liz gave to him. She had given it to him so that he could practice his reading skills for both English and ancient Greek. It was a story about some cat in the hat, and Naruto was enjoying it. Reaching up, he pulled out a flower from one of the braids that the dryads made earlier in the day. The tree girls loved to play with his hair, and they did a number on it today. His hair was braided into several braids that had flowers woven into them. Currently, he was in the lap of a dryad named Juniper who was helping him understand some of the words as he stumbled along with his reading. They were by her tree in the forest as Naruto wanted to get away from the campers for a bit. He hated the looks that he was given due to his relation to Percy. His brother did not steal the god of Sparks' bolt. Percy wouldn't do that, but the head god seemed to think so. Now some of the campers kept him at arm's distance as his brother could have started the next world war. Okay, Naruto, you should be heading back to the cabin green. You were going to meet a friend later today, and I want you to get going before you forget. Naruto looked at Juniper with his big blue eyes. But I want to finish this without your help one time, though, he complained as he got off her lap. She shook her head as the young boy whined about the fact that he couldn't finish the book by himself yet. Reaching out, she gave him a kiss to his cheek, causing the boy to blush pink. You, he cried out as he rubbed the spot where her lips met his cheek. Chucking, she patted his rear to get him moving. I'll see you later, Naruto, she cooed as he started off. Maybe next time you'll finish the story, she called out to his retreating form. Hearing a rumble by the pile of rocks called Zeus' fist, the dryad hid in the branches. Narrowing her eyes at the from that was heading back to the camp, she thought, what are you up to, son of Hermes? A lone figure stalked its prey. Its eyes narrowed as the prey looked around, sensing something was amiss. After a few seconds, the prey relaxed, thinking it was in no danger. The figure swayed its tails back and forth as it moved stealthy in the underbrush. Getting into position, it crouched down. After a few seconds, it leaped. Claws ready and teeth bared, it headed towards the foolish prey that was walking unaware. Aawa! Naruto screamed as Kyubi headed towards him from above. Kyubi tackled him with a flying hug, and the duo went end over end down the path, fighting. Dust flew as the duo rolled towards the green, fighting tooth and nail. You stupid fox. Smelly ape child. Over and over they argued as they rolled/fought out of the forest and onto the green. A satyr stepped out of the way, looking on as Naruto fought his stuffed fox. And losing. That kid has issues, he said as he went on his way towards the stables. Several campers watched as Naruto and his fox fought and rolled head over head through the green. I will win, as I am the most powerful and the best-looking fox there is, Kyubi proclaimed as the duo heading towards the hearth, using one of its tails to sucker hit Naruto in the gut. I will not lose to a nine-tailed flea bag, Naruto roared as he slugged Kyubi in the eye. They rolled past the hearth, ignoring the flash, signing the arrival of two goddesses. Hestia and Artemis could only look as Naruto and QB rolled/fought towards hearth. That is Naruto? Artemis asked Hestia as the duo stopped fighting, with the stuffed animal pinning Naruto down while Naruto choked it with his hands. Yes, Hestia answered her niece as she looked at the scene with wonder. Naruto, hearing her voice, looked up. What are you doing? Help me fight this miserable little rug. Ow, that hurt. No, I am not cheating, you idiot. What did you say to me? The two goddesses looked on as the boy and the stuffed animal continued to fight. Having enough, Hestia separated the duo. That is enough. Naruto, you are being rude to your friend. Hestia chilled the boy once she got him, and QB sitting down. QB started it. Naruto complained, then glared at the stuffed nine-tailed fox. QB is not the one in trouble, Naruto. You are, so you are going to come with me and Artie here. Artemis glared at the use of her brother's nickname for her. And we are going to have a nice meal. Taking his silence as acceptance, Hestia started towards the beach, Artemis right behind her. Naruto looked at QB one last time. Why is it all the girls take your side? Artemis looked at the blonde-haired boy as he ate one of Hestia's cookies, her own still in her hands. Hestia was lying on her side on the sand on the other side of Naruto, head held up with one arm. The other was playing with Naruto's hair. Here was no one on the beach as Hestia had used her power to make sure that the trio would be left alone. Naruto seemed to be happy to be spending time with the goddess, even if he didn't know he was in the presence of the goddess of the hearth and the goddess of the hunt. Looking him over, Artemis noticed that the boy was too girly looking. If it wasn't for Hestia telling her about Naruto, she would have tried to recruit him. Well, I still could, she mused as she looked him over. He would have to agree to become a girl, but he is so cute as a boy. Those big blue/sapphire eyes, so innocent to the wood and the aura that he has. Gah. If Aphrodite heard my thoughts, she wouldn't let me hear the end of it. But his whiskers are so cute. I want to touch them. Reaching out, the goddess of the hunt's hand rubbed Naruto's cheeks. Naruto, not expecting this, let out a purr of pleasure. Artemis's and Hestia's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto, realizing that his secret was discovered again, paled as Artemis let out a feminine giggle and grinned brightly as she looked at him with wonder and a teasing look to her eyes. Hestia was also looking at him. However, unlike Artemis, this was a glare of mock anger and hurt. Naruto scampered back as the two goddesses rose up and towered over him. Oh, Naruto, said boy gulped as Hestia's voice rang out. You didn't tell me that you purred. You need to be punished properly. What do you think, Artie? I agree. He should have shared his little secret. Artemis grinned as she looked down at the scared boy. In fact, he should be glad to let us pet him. I concur. With that, the two goddesses pounced on Naruto. Athena walked through her temple as her mind raced through the information that Hestia gave her and her half-sister. She had heard of Naruto via her daughters, but at the time she ignored them as she was busy with finding the bolt. Now she was curious about the brother of the sea spawned. Grabbing a pad of paper and a pen, she sat down and wrote what Hestia had said about Naruto. Flashback. Athena, Artemis. Hestia spoke as she looked at her fellow virgin goddesses. They were all sitting around Hestia's dining table, and Hestia was uneasy. She wanted to make sure that she was on time to see Naruto again today, and it was getting close to the time they were going to meet up. Is something the matter? Artemis looked at her aunt. You were releasing a lot of power, Hestia, and we were sent to make sure that nothing was wrong. Artemis watched as Hestia sighed with relief. No, nothing is wrong. She trailed off as she started to worry about how she was going to explain why she was happy. Athena frowned as Hestia trailed off. Is it about the argument about the bolt? Poseidon's child has been given a quest to find it. No, it's not about the bolt. Then what? Hestia sighed at Artemis' question. I am happy because I can be. Also, I have taken a liking to one of the campers. Oh, Athena was interested now. Hestia had never really had any interest about any of the campers for over a century now. Not saying that she enjoyed the campers' company and helped them out. It was just the fact she had never taken an interest before. Who is it? Percy's younger brother, Naruto. I do not think I have heard of him. Hestia looked at her niece. I take it he arrived at the camp with his brother? Hestia nodded. Yes, and he is a cutie. Many of the girl campers have taken a shine to him, as he is such a little brother type. She giggled. I find him to be charming, innocent, energetic, outgoing, and handsome. Should we be afraid, Hestia? Or are we going to have only two virgin goddesses soon? Hestia threw a pillow that was on the chair next to her at Artemis. Oh, shush you. Naruto isn't like that. He is just friendly, and if you suggest that again or try to castrate him, I will make you listen to one of Aphrodite's lectures on how to bag a man again. Artemis paled with the threat. Meekly, as Hestia had a dark and evil aura around her, Athena asked, "What does he look like?" Conjuring an image at the center of the table, she showed them. "See for yourselves." End flashback. Athena looked at what she had put down and frowned. Hestia was unclear on who she thought was his godly parent, as Naruto displayed skills that supported multiple gods. There was also the fact he was adopted, and when she pulled his file from the orphanage, all the papers said was that he was found on the street as a newborn. Which means that he most likely was a child of a goddess or was kidnapped by a monster. Athena looked at the image that she had her daughter send her of Naruto. His blue eyes and blonde hair could be from Hermes, Apollo, or herself, but she knew that he was not her child. His whiskers were interesting birthmarks, and she toyed with the idea that he was related to Pan, but dissipated the thought of it. One message waiting. Her eyes darted towards the water fountain that she used when conducting IMs. Walking quickly, she flicked a coin for the goddess of rainbows. Dionysus' face appeared, and the god looked at the goddess. "Ah, Athena, got my message, I see." "What is it, Dionysus? You aren't one for social calls." Looking at her youngest half-brother with calculating gray eyes, she flicked her hair around her shoulders. "I have work to do." "Do you know of Peter Johnson's brother, Minma?" Dionysus asked. It took her a few moments to figure out who he was talking about. "Yes." "Good." Dionysus gulped down a soda. Burping, he looked at the older goddess. "Then I will make this quick. The brat has been asking me about his brother and similar questions about the quest. As we both know, we immortals cannot interfere due to the laws, but to get him to stop, I had to promise him that I would see what I would do." Athena crossed her arms over her chest. "So you called me? Why?" "Because for one, you are not anywhere in the West right now, making it unlikely you would be the god that has turned." Dionysus took a sip from the can. "Also, you will be able to hold one over your rival if you help his son. I will do what I can on one condition." "I'm listening." "I want you to spy on Naruto for me." Dionysus' eyes narrowed and he leaned back. "Why?" Athena looked at Dionysus in the eyes and said nothing. Dionysus backed down by looking away. "Fine, I will report to you weekly about the brat if you can give aid to his brother, Grover, and your daughter." "Agreed." "Agreed." Hubie rested in the middle of the Hermes cabin under the window. Hubie enjoyed the spot as the sunlight hit just right. When the cabin was empty, it was rather cozy, if not cluttered. Hearing a noise in one of the corners of the room, Hubie jumped up to the rafters and stealthy went over to the area. "Are you sure about this? If the gods found out." A boy's voice. "Why should you care? They have done nothing for us, and with the Titans rising we have the chance to overthrow them and start a new age." Another boy's voice. "You are right. My father won't ever claim me, even if he the god of." "Don't use his title. That god is a pawn right now, a bit unknowingly. The only godly immortals you can trust right now are several of the minor ones. If you are with us, meet us at..." Hubie sneezed. "Is someone there?" "Search the cabin. Find whoever it was and bring them to me. I will use my power to make them forget if they are on the god's side. If they are against them, it is no importance as the secret will be safe." A girl's voice rang out. Several footsteps were heard and Hubie ducked into the shadows. "Why aren't we going to kill whoever it is?" "Because that would bring the attention of the traveler to us. If blood was drawn in his cabin, the whole rebellion would be in jeopardy." Hubie's eyes widened as it felt itself fall. A girl walked over to it and picked it up. "Isn't this Naruto's stuffed animal?" The boys growled at his name. "Yeah, that's his. That girly boy is outright doing something. Why you girls seem to like him is beyond me." Slap. "Naruto is a better boy than you, Jerry. He has manners and is going to become a hottie when he grows up." TSK. That weakling is nothing. If you like him so much, why is it you haven't made a claim on him yet? You could use your magic to make him your slave or something. And lose his cuteness that screams, "Hold me. I'm weak and innocent." No, I want him to keep his innocence so I can train him to serve us females. That girl is crazy, QB thought as the girl went on about how she would train Naruto. Hopefully Naruto will escape her claws. I do not want my power to be controlled by anyone, and if my container is a pet/slave of girls, then his masters are my masters. Naruto chucked darkly as he filled up a water balloon. After filling it up, he quickly took out several more and started to fill them up as well. Naruto and QB were having a water balloon fight, and he was determined to win. I wish that the other campers could get along. He thought as his thoughts went back to the day before. But before he went too far down memory lane, he stopped himself. I need to focus. QB will not win this time. What's he doing? Yeah. Naruto screamed and jumped into the air. Matthew gave a low whistle and praise as Naruto cleared 3 feet easily. As soon as he was sure that his heart wasn't going to come out of his chest, Naruto glared at the son of Athena. Matthew gulped as he noticed the water balloon in Naruto's hands, ready to be thrown in a moment's notice. Hey Naruto. You aren't mad, right? Well, you see. Matthew stumbled over his words as Naruto's eyes hardened. By the gods, whoever his immortal parent is, he must have inherited their glare. He thought as Naruto's glare bore on him. What is it? I'm in the middle of something here. Naruto growled as he considered whether or not to soak the older boy, or to get back at him by via a prank. He had yet to try to prank the Athena campers due to their blasted intelligence and smarts. Also, most of them gave him no reason to prank them, other than the whole standoff that he didn't care for. Thought it would be a great way to get stronger, as the Hermes cabin prank kings have yet to breach their walls. Liz wants to see you later when you have the time. Something about measuring you to make sure that she makes the right sizes or something. Naruto nodded when Matthew finished telling him what he came for. Oh, you have yet to answer my question. What are you doing? I'm having a water balloon fight with QB, Naruto stated proudly. Isn't that a bit one-sided? Matthew deadpanned as QB was only a stuffed animal. Naruto should win unless he was planning to soak himself. Question mark. Naruto tilted his head and stared at Matthew with a quizzed look. Never mind. Forget I asked. QB sat on a rock waiting for Naruto to come so they could start the game. As he waited, he thought about how he could explain to the boy what he heard and who said it. That is brat too trusting at times. If we were still in Konohagakure, the brat wouldn't be so carefree and happy. Those so-called followers of the Will of Fire would be trying to either kill him or make him kill himself to get away from it all. Only because he contains my power. Should I tell him that I was the one to kill his parents and his twin sister is in the hands of the man that set me on the village? QB looked up into the sky and closed its eyes. Focusing, he once more reached out with its senses, looking for a ping of chakra that did not belong to Naruto. QB had taken a liking to Naruto, as the brats saw him as a friend and a comrade in arms. The villagers and the ninja of the leaf would have made him think I was an enemy, and I would have to pretend to be a bad guy so that he could one day try to befriend me. TSK, as if I would let anyone who wasn't worthy use my power. QB stopped searching when he felt Naruto heading towards him. QB anime sweat dropped as it saw that Naruto had taken the liberty to use his time to make extra water balloons. Ha ha ha. You're in trouble now, QB. Ha ha ha. Naruto darkly chuckled as he stood in front of his 9-tailed friend. While you have just 1 water balloon, I have 3. I'm a walking arsenal of hydro weaponry. Haha. I can see the fear in your eyes. You realize that I can get you 3 times wetter than you can get me. Throw your balloon, and your utter sogginess is assured. I, on the hand, can act with impunity. With 3 water balloons, I fear nothing. QB tossed the water balloon in its hands toward Naruto. Catch. Hey, don't. My arms are full. Naruto screamed as the balloon headed straight for him. Naruto tried to juggle the 4 water balloons as he tried to get them back into control. Oh no. Splush. Gish. Splash. Fwoo. QB walked away whistling a tune that it heard. Naruto sat in the middle of a puddle, soaked. We superpowers have it tough. He complained as sat there. QB called out to him from afar. Maybe you should stock up on brains instead. Naruto raced after his friend, intending to maim the 9-tailed fox, while said fox raced away laughing. Hey Naruto, what happened to you? Liz asked as she looked at the soaked form Naruto, who she had met by the door of the Hermes cabin. Luke was holding his balls and on the floor of the cabin for some reason that Naruto could not figure out. Naruto gave her no reply, and she sighed. In any case, why don't you go get your swim trunks on? We're having a barbecue for lunch today later. Okay, but what's with Luke? Liz looked at the in-pain form of the head counselor with a look that Naruto knew that girls gave when they were upset about something. Oh, him? He's fine, she said as she waved it off. Luke just curled farther into a ball as the girl's gray eyes did the Athena glare. Looking back at Naruto, she changed the subject. So, meet me in front of my cabin after you get dressed so I can measure you, and afterwards we can go, fine by you? Good. With a fine look at the downed form of Luke, Liz stormed off with a humph. Luke looked at Naruto as the door closed behind her. Is she gone? Yeah, why? What happened? Kid, let me tell you something that I learned after all my years of my mortal life. Never ever, ever get on a female's bad side. Huh. Let's leave it at that. Can you run and get me an ice pack, Ethan? Thanks. Luke moaned. QB, what are you going on about? Naruto stopped twitching. I need you to hold still. You will notice that I, the author of this amazing or pathetic humans story, had been giving you a lack of information. In Chapter 1, I have stated that 3 goddesses all have plans for the naked ape. I will turn you into a rug, QB. Yeah, hear me, a rug. Naruto Jackson. If you don't hold still and stay quiet until I am done, I will make sure that there will be no more cookies for you until the summer's end. But I have never the once stated that they knew of each other's plans for their said son. In any case, they will soon know as Naruto will face the perils of being wooed by the opposite sex. His mortal enemy, so seeks to claim him as her own, shall enact her plans to enslave the poor innocents. What's the male version of a maiden anyway? Still a maiden or just an idiot that does know what his tool is used for? In any case, be prepared for the next chapter of Naruto's Son of the Queens. This story is fiction and events in said story must not be attempted in real life as none of you have any sort of mythical powers or beings to save you. This tale is copyright protected by international law and by the site. All material belongs to the respected authors to the wood of Naruto and Percy Jackson. So sit back, turn down the lights, and start reading. I wish I knew who he was talking to. There's nobody else here other than me and Liz. And what's this about 3 goddesses anyway? Dang blasted shish kebab fairies. I want to know more. I am not a maiden. Do I look like a girl to you? Also, will Naruto be able to survive Artemis's cooking? See in a future chapter that shall not be given to make you all suffer. For I am the almighty QB, with a single swipe of my tails. Oh, wait, the story has started. Just when I was doing my monologue too. Naruto, I said be still. When I am done, I am telling Chiron so that there are no more cookies for you. But dash. No buts, mister. I hate you, QE. I will enjoy the cookies that you will be unable to eat, Naruto. TTTHPP. Liz, if I behave, can I earn my cookies back in a favor? Yes, but what is the favor? Can you get me a flamethrower? Sweat drop. No. Kit, the Bambi eyes won't work on her. Now if you don't mind, I'm going to fast forward so that you can get to the good part. Huh? What do you mean, Zizzy? Naruto lied on the sand, happily eating his hot dog. His friend QB was next to him, eating the remains of his 4th seagull and tuna sandwich. All around them, campers were enjoying the lunch on the beach. Zeus and Poseidon were letting the camp have a wonderful time. Apollo's chariot rays of light poured down onto the campers. Naruto made no comment as one of the god's daughters gave the sun a glare. Why? Because several of the oldest girl campers seemed to have a lot of attention from the sun today. Ah, this is the life. No monsters, lots of girls in sexy swimwear, good food and drink. This a fine day at the beach, said a son of Hermes as he looked at the girls playing volleyball. He yipped as his girlfriend pressed the point of her spear near his lower legs. What I meant to say is that I am lucky to have such a beauty to myself, and I should only have my eyes to her. You're lucky you're cute. Now get me a hamburger, or else I might remember what you just said. The girl said as she pressed her weapon against the boy's groin before taking it off. Now get going. Yes. Naruto watched as the older boy got up and did what was asked of him by the girl. You know, QB, I don't understand what is up with the guys and gals when they act that way as they get older. I mean, why can't she get up and do it herself? Shoo, I'm resting here, brat. You will understand when you get to your teens and out of your innocent stage of life. For now, reap the rewards of being young." Naruto frowned and looked at his friend. "For a so-called super-powered fox, you are super lazy. Why won't you tell me? And ruin the surprise that will greet you? Well, if I tell him a bit, it would possibly make it harder for that girl to enslave him. Or it could backfire. Then again, this is Naruto Jackson I am talking about. I want to know." "Know what, Naru?" Naruto turned his head around and up to look into the shining golden-brown eyes of Mackenzie. Her deep raven locks tumbled down her back and side of her head with a memorizing pattern. Her lips curled into a sweet smile as she looked Naruto over. Her hand raised up and moved some of her hair behind her ear, and she leaned forward towards Naruto. "You can ask me if you want. I don't think QB is interested to tell you the answers that you seek." QB's eyes narrowed at the girl as Naruto repeated his question and QB's answer to her. She raised a manicured fingernail to her chin and gave Naruto a look. "QB's right, Naruto, about you being too young. However, I could tell you at a later date if you want. Is that okay with you?" "Pinky promise?" Naruto asked, his face covered by her shadow. "I promise." She raised her other hand and connected her pinky with Naruto's. Giving Naruto a wink, she asked, "Can you help me with something?" "Sure, what is it?" "I need someone to put sunscreen on my back. Can you help?" Naruto nodded and Mackenzie smiled. "Takes Naruto. Give me a moment to grab my towel and the sunscreen, okay? Kit, be careful of her." "Why QB? She's nice, even if her father is then and death." Kabubi slapped its face with one of its tails and groaned. "That's not it, brat. The group that she's a part of, I think, no? I know that they are a part of something. Something big is going to happen, Naruto, and you need to keep your guard up." Before QB could continue, Mackenzie returned with the items in hand. Putting down her towel, she handed Naruto the sunscreen and lied down on her towel. "Make sure you get everywhere, Naru. I don't want a sunburn today, thank you." For all you readers out there, I am afraid that I, QB, will leave what happens left to your imagination dash. Oh, Naruto harder. It feels so good. Oh, Mackenzie, what's going on? Oh, Naruto's giving you a back rub and doing you sunscreen? Naruto, if it's okay with you, can you do mine as well? Mine too. Me next. I have nothing to say. Nothing. Onward, author. Get us to the Friday, so that he shall be claimed. Friday. Capture the flag. Usually the air was full of excitement for the game, but there was tension in the air. The deadline for the quest was only a few days away, and the people on the quest had gone missing. Many of Naruto's brother's opponents and others said that he must have ran away. Naruto didn't believe that. Percy was his brother and the older one. His adopted mother said to Percy many times when she thought Naruto wasn't listening that it was the elder siblings that took care of the younger ones. She did tell Naruto that the younger siblings listened to his elder sibling, but also to be his own person while not trying to give Percy gray hairs. Naruto made sure after that to give his brother heck after that, in a friendly, brotherly manner that is. In any case, tonight's game was the Hermes cabin, red, versus Athena cabin, blue. Luke had made alliances with Ares, Demeter, and Apollo cabins. Athena had gotten the rest. Liz was the substitute head of the cabin as her sister was on the quest and had shown that she was a daughter of the war goddess of strategy by getting the daughters of the love goddess to play seriously in tonight's match. Something that had gotten the envy of many of the campers, as the cabin of the love goddess usually sat out during the games unless against the hunters of Artemis. Side note, tell Artemis that she should probably change her name if the hunt comes, as I am unsure what the goddess Artemis will think of a demigod having her name. Naruto thought as he put on his colors and armor. He shuddered as the females on the other team gave him a look that sent him into fight or flight mode, as Chiron described it. The girls that he helped at the beach also had pink to their cheeks and only increased as Naruto asked if they were okay. The guys were either amused by this or upset, much to Naruto's confusion. He chalked it up as something that older kids cared about and something he would learn when he got older. Okay, listen up. Here's the deal. Liz is the enemy leader in this and knows how all the cabins work together the best. If we are to win, we will need to hit hard, fast, and silent. Ares and Apollo cabins. Make teams of 4 with 2 members each in each squad. The leftovers will be the outer guards for the flag. The scrolls and Demeter cabin will line the border with traps or poison ivy. I want the opposing team to come at us from head-on fresh or tired and not thinking straight if from the sides. Hermes' cabin will be here, between our flag and the border. Their job is to be the force that Liz thinks is going to invade her territory. Luke said as he gave the team's strategy. But Luke, an Ars camper, spoke. Who's going to get the flag? Simple. We need someone small, light on their feet, and can blend in. As one, the camper's eyes turned towards Naruto, who was in the middle of yet another fight with his stuffed fox. Luke's sweat dropped at the scene, and the members of the blue team, minus Naruto, gave Luke a look that screamed, "Really?" Clearing his throat, Luke got Naruto's attention. "Okay, kid, here's your part." An Athena camper walked along the border of the creek, bored. He was near tired and annoyed as he'd rather be part of the counter-force that his sister made. If he was paying any attention to his surroundings, the camper would have noticed the ripples coming from the creek. Alas, he did not notice as he was too deep in his thoughts. Wailing towards the water, he looked around. Seeing nothing, he turned to start the other way. Before he could react, a hand covered his face and he and his assailant fell back into the creek without a sound. After several minutes passed, Naruto rose out of the water and hightailed it up a tree. The Athena camper was knocked out, tied up on the bottom of the creek bed with the nymph that called the creek home guarding him. It was a nice trade. She guards the camper while Naruto promised to brush her hair sometime after the game. His eyes narrowed as he raced across the treetops with Kyubi leading the way, as the fox had better night vision. Wait. Naruto and Kyubi stopped as a patrol of campers sent by under them. 3 campers, all sons of Aphrodite. Take out the rear member first, and I will take the leading one. Leave the middle one for last. Kyubi raced down in silence, stalked towards the front of the patrol. Naruto took out a buggy cord and wrapped it around his legs and a strong tree branch. After waiting a few long seconds, Kyubi gave the signal. Naruto dropped and wrapped his arms around the camper he targeted, knocking him out in the process. The cord pulled him and the camper up fast and quietly. The other campers noticed when they didn't hear their brother's footfalls. As soon as the duo turned around, Kyubi jumped and in one swift move, knocked out the leader. Using the force and angle of the blow, both the camper and Kyubi rolled into the underbush. The last son of Aphrodite became very uneasy and confused. He had just lost his brothers in a manner that terrified him. Before he could call out an alarm, a pair of hands reached out from below him from the earth and pulled him down. A blur of orange was all he could see before he was knocked out. That was too close, Kyubi. If it wasn't for all those books on Ninja and Call of Duty, I think that this would be harder. Naruto hissed to his friend as they went back into the trees, heading for the flag. That is why we need to move, brat. The flag is close. However, I smell several traps and several hidden guards. Let's swing to the left and come around from behind so that as soon as you grab the flag, it will be a straight line back to the border. Okay. Luke bit back a swear as the blue team's forces pushed deeper into the Reds' territory. Liz really was showing her stuff as she had forced her way around the corner of the border and assaulted the red team in complete and utter vengeance. I knew that she was good, but this is crazy, he thought as he deflected a spear thrust with his sword. Liz was holding onto the red team's flag and was being protected by her team by being in the center with layers of her teammates surrounding her. The fighting was heavy as the red team tried to get back the flag or delay the movement of the enemy. However, Luke wasn't worried. Okay, he was worried that his plan was in tatters. He had sent Naruto alone into the enemy territory on a hunch, and he had no idea the status of the kid. Aawa. As one, every eye turned and widened towards the source of the sound. There was Naruto, holding the flag, screaming as the blue team flag guards chased him. Naruto raced across the border, flag in hand, as no one could understand what just happened. Red team wins, Chiron declared as he blew his horn. He was amused and interested on how the blue team lost this time. It will a good story, I hope. The red team was too tired to cheer, and Liz was trying to keep from laughing. Okay guys, we lost, she told her team in good nature. Her brothers and sisters looked at her if she was crazy. After all the hard work and build-up, stopped by a young brat that had gotten the flag? It was then that it was if lighting struck the campers and Chiron. As one they looked at the flag and Naruto. What? A light appeared over Naruto's head. As one, everyone waited to see who Naruto's godly parent was. Every jaw dropped, and Chiron was barely able to get out the words. All hail Naruto, son of Hera, Persephone, and Amphitrite. Hail the son of the queens. All hail Naruto, son of Hera, Persephone, and Amphitrite. Hail the son of the queens. Chiron declared. There was a hush as everyone stared at the banner and the lights over Naruto. Then Chiron fainted from the stress of everything that was happening. Mr. D was looking like he always knew the universe was out to get him, and this proved it. The campers started to talk in hushed tones, some with a bit of anger, others with pity. So we got another claim death, this time by the king's wives. Shit, they're going to blow their heads off. You think? Persephone and Amphitrite have had demigods before, but Hera has never had any. She is the goddess of marriage and her husband is the one to have affairs, not her. I wonder what kind of demigod abilities he'll have. Oh, this means that he isn't related to anyone here. I wonder if they will object to their son being mine. I mean, our pet. Great, now we have a new celerity. Well, at least the cabin is reduced by 1. If only we could expand and increase the total carrying capacity of the cabin as well. Can I eat him? Kyuubi asked Naruto as the fox looked at the downed trainer of heroes with a gleam in its eyes. Naruto snapped his head towards the fox, trying not to hear the whispers all around him. No. I wanted to know what human horse tasted like. I have tried human and I have tried horse, but never both at once. Cavalry doesn't count. Too much time separating the armor, and I don't like eating human. Too easy to kill. Even if you have no teeth, claws, scales, feathers, poison, hoofs, fur, or... I get the idea, Kyuubi. More like the animal kingdom version of fast food if you ask a large or medium-sized predator kid. Kyuubi. What? Asked the fox, acting like it hadn't heard Naruto until now. Naruto rolled his eyes and looked up at the lights over his head. He found the patterns of the 3 hitting each other and each trying to get over the center of his head interesting. Unbidden, an old memory rose from the back of his mind. It wasn't clear, but he could make out a red eye with 3 commas encircling the iris. The eye and the lights slowly started to change shape into something else. While the 3 lights became 1 light with a part of a symbol of power of each goddess, the eye's design changed into 3 stretched, evenly spaced triangles around the pupil that had a curve at the top around the eye to form a circle, making it similar to a pinwheel. Then an image of a girl entered his mind. A sharp pain flared like someone just hammered a red-hot iron into his temple of his head. Naruto cried out in pain as his body blacked out, trying to block the pain out. As he fell, several campers raced to his aid to make sure he was okay. Several campers slowly backed away. Kyuubi watched as they stayed nearby, but far enough away to talk without being given a second look. The best thing about these ears is that I can overhear what they are saying, it thought to itself. What it heard made the fox shiver to the core. I got to warn Naruto. A single red eye opened as its owner felt a pulse of chakra that it had thought it would never had felt. A lone girl in a cell head chakra spiked, and the owner watched as the chakra started to move towards the direction of the sea. The owner's eye narrowed as it thought about this turn of events. After he had lost the Kyuubi host, he had thought that Moon Eye plan was never going to be complete. Now, he knew an idea of the direction of where the girl's brother was. He cursed as he felt the walls of his prison for the girl shake. The third Zanbu and the Toad Sage were determined to get in. After years of hiding the girl so that he could find the Kyuubi brat, the Trice-damned Leaf Shinobi found out about her general whereabouts. Too bad for the fourth. His daughter had lived up to her usefulness. Toby opened the cell and walked to the girl that had been his prisoner for many years. Taking out a kunai, he slit the girl's throat and used her blood to write the Toad Sage a message. You failed him, and now on the eve on your revenge for his death, here lies his daughter. It is a shame, she was a screamer in bed. The things we did were worthy of being in your books. Here's her core. She has outlived her usefulness to me anyway. The Kyuubi is after all waiting for me to collect it. That was what Jiraiya and the Anbu found written on the wall, with the girl's body on the ground, her blood pooling around her. Chiron and Mr. D were at opposite sides of the living room, each in their own world. Mr. D was rubbing his head and thought of the claiming that happened earlier in the night. Naruto was asleep on the second floor, as Luke pointed out that while he could be in the Hermes cabin, as he had two minor godparents, the other one of his mothers was Hera. Chiron was in his wheelchair, not trusting his legs to work. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad. The trainer of heroes chanted like he was possessed or in a trance. If this was any other time, Mr. D would have rubbed it in the older immortal's face. However, it was getting annoying. Mr. D's thoughts went back towards Naruto's claiming. Persephone and Amphitrite have had demigods before, but Persephone had kids during her time away from Hades with Demeter's influence, and Amphitrite had them usually if she fell for a young stud that treated her like a jewel and after a major argument with her husband. Hera was a shock, as the goddesses was not one for affairs. That was the old spark that had a sexual inferiority complex that made him pop kids left and right. But never in most deranged state did the god of wine believe that they would have a son together. Not by choice, the claiming was as chaotic as what it was. He took a sip of alcohol-laced nectar. Not as good as wine or beer, it was a god's poor man's substitute. I have never seen anything like that. With the deadline hours to minutes away. I can't think while he's like that. I could do that. Mr. D got up and walked around until he was standing in the doorway right behind Chiron. Using his powers, he willed the room to become soundproof and covered the room the boy was in with a soundproof cocoon. Clearing his throat, Mr. D took a deep breath. Chiron, what is the meaning of this? Why has this child been claimed by my wife? Mr. D roared in Zeus's voice. It was something that he, Apollo, Ares, and Hermes had mastered, the art of voice mimicry. It was a great trick for parties after all. Cryan screamed loud enough to wake the dead and flew straight up through the ceiling into the second story. He came back down with a crash. He quickly got up and turned to see Dionysus rolling on the floor, laughing at the centaur's expense. Eyebrow twitching, the centaur coughed to get the god's attention. Do you mind? We are at a break of a war between the gods, and you are playing party tricks? He roared. It's all a bit of fun, Chiron. Mr. D took a sip of his drink. And it got you out of that funk you were in. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Chiron roared into the god's face. They took a step back as Chiron's anger and fear started to seep into every corner of the room. See here, nephew. While you are a true immortal and have to follow the rules, I have a responsibility to these children. I watch every one of the campers come here over the years, see them grow up and die by a monster, or if they are lucky, old age. I have seen too many die, and that boy is innocent. Innocent? Chiron, that boy is anything but that. He is different than any other half-blood I have ever seen. I'm not sure if he is even a true half-blood. The only reason I can tell he is a half-blood is because I can tell that half his blood and flesh is human, even if it feels off and seeming like it has been charged by something. The two immortals' eyes stared into each other, one with anger and worry, the other out of boredom. A flash of light stopped the stare down. Yo, Chiron, bro. Pops wants to see the newly claimed demigod. K if I take him. A tired Hermes stated as he typed on his iPad. Chiron opened his mouth to object, but Dionysus opened his mouth first. Go right ahead. Hermes nodded and flashed out. After a few seconds, a loud scream that was identifiable as Naruto's filled the night air from the home of the gods. Perverts. Percy Jackson was wondering when did his life become something out of a video game. It all started when he was on a field trip. Mrs. Dodds had taken him aside after Nancy had gotten soaked. Mrs. Dodds was his pre-algebra teacher until she became a fury, which Percy killed with a click pen turned bronze sword that his Latin teacher tossed at him. By luck, he was able to kill the monster, only to have the whole school forget about Mrs. Dodds and a new teacher take her place. After months of wondering if he was insane, Percy was able to get Grover to squeal, just a bit. After telling his friend about the three old ladies at the fruit stand cutting the tread, Grover freaked Percy out by talking about the 6th grade and how they never seemed to survive after that. So Percy ditched him and went home. His younger adopted brother was ecstatic to see him, which lifted Percy's spirits after the scare Grover gave him. Smelly Gabe tried to stop the breach trip that Sally planned, but she was able to convince him that everything would be okay. As if. In the middle of the night, Grover was at the beach, pounding on the door. Naruto was asleep and Percy was stuck carrying him to the car as his mother was scared. Grover, who happened to be half goat, was no help at all. Then, of course, some egoistical airhead that spent too much time thinking about his two favorite tools than to think logically blamed him and her Naruto as thieves for stealing his boomstick. No, not that one, as Hera would have mixed feeling if that stick went bye-bye. Moving on. Soon after the quest began, the bus blew up, leaving the group on foot. And thanks to his stomach and Annabeth's, instead of being feed, they almost became monster chow to Medusa. They were able to get tickets for turning a dog in that had a pink bow, only to hear the lady calling for it to come back as it ran away as soon as they were out of sight, but not up of earshot. Annabeth was excited to see the arch, spewing out every fact and detail that she had in her memory to Percy and Grover as they rode up the elevator to the top. Of course, Percy had to be trapped on the top floor with the mother of all monsters, the terrible ant-eater Echidna. Let it be known that she hates the land down under for naming that ant-eater after her. Even if it had Western ideals, it was too far away for her to have her revenge, Percy hoped. In another life, Percy would have had been overwhelmed by her son, the Chimera, attacks. He would have had been forced to choose to jump and possibly be killed by the height or be roost. But this was not that life. In this one, Percy, while not the brightest tool in the shed, was forced to think on his feet because of his brother. And that meant thinking ahead and being prepared for nearly anything. The two monsters were lacking of information. After all, he was a fresh demigod that was barely trained, that did poorly in school. They thought nothing of the spheres that he rolled around on the floor, until he asked them if they knew what happens when sodium and potassium got wet. They were blown away with the fact that when wet, they react violently when gotten wet. Mixed with celestial bronze dust that he collected from forges at camp, Percy was able to mix the bronze, sodium, and potassium dust together in a manner that if it got wet at all, the resulting explosion would injure, blind, and cripple monsters' senses momentarily. The chances of killing a monster was low, but Percy was hoping to change that with a later batch. Percy was able to thrust his sword through the head of the Chimera, thus killing it while it was stunned. He was forced to flee by jumping out the hole in the wall to escape its mother's rage for him killing her son and burning of a side of her face. When Percy told Grover and Annabeth what happened, the daughter of Athena spent the next several minutes muttering to herself things like, "I thought he an idiot." Things like that as she slammed her head multiple times against the window. Grover was happy that Percy survived. The spoil for killing the monster Percy lost, which was upsetting, but at least he got in location of where to go when they got to California. Then they had to work for Ares to get his shield back. It took all of Percy's willpower not to shove his balls of bronze, sodium, and potassium down the god's throat after the god of war complimented his brother while at the same time insulting him. It was worth blowing up the Cupid statues that were recording them after they survived the trap. After being in the hotel of the Locust Eaters and seeing Annabeth and Grover grow a bit, the trio went to the underworld, where Grover was nearly killed by the shoes that Luke gave to Percy, whom he himself gave to Grover. Now here he was with Annabeth and Grover, about to meet the Lord of the underworld. "Hades. Ready?" Percy asked as he looked at the skeleton guards that were guarding the doors to the throne room. Grover nodded, and Annabeth shook her head. "We are about to confront a god who is the oldest of the brothers to see if he will return the bolt to his brother while trying to stop a war, which the owner of the bolt thinks you stole. Are you ready?" Percy rolled his eyes. "Yeah." The trio walked up to the door. However, before they could ask to enter, Grover pushed the two demigods down as the doors flew open and a giant flower pot flew through the spot where their heads were moments ago. Strings of Greek curses and shouting that the trio didn't hear before entered the hall. Looking up, Percy saw a man with pale skin and black hair dodging and blasting pots with shadows on one side of the room, who could only be Hades. On the other side was a lady that had fair skin and light brown hair throwing pots and using plants to protect herself from the blasts of shadows. Why is Persephone here fighting her husband? Percy thought as last he checked it was summer. As they watched, three forms landed next to them. Grover whimpered as the Furies looked at the fighting and the demigods. Annabeth clutched her dagger, and Percy took out his pen as the Furies started at the chaos in the throne room. "You three better wait until they cool down." One of the Furies spoke as she used her whip to block a blast of shadow that came towards the group. But we need to see Dash, Annabeth began before being cut off. Listen, demigod. Those two have been at it since Friday night, ever since the spawn of the sea here brother got claimed. Percy looked at the Fury. Naruto was claimed? Who claimed him? The Furies looked at him. The one who had yet to speak turned into Ms. Dodds, Percy Jackson. The reason that those two are fighting is because of you, brother. Grover's and Annabeth's eyes widened. Naruto is the son of Hades? Grover asked. Ms. Dodd snorted. No, you idiot. He is the son of the queen of the underworld. The questing member's jaws dropped. One of the unnamed Furies spoke next. He is also apparently the son of the queens of the other big three as well. But. Annabeth stuttered as her brain tried to understand. Grover fainted, and Percy gawked his math teacher. How? The Furies looked at each other, then back to the group. We don't know. An explosion rocked the hall, and the Furies cursed. We have to make sure everything is okay. Wait here, and do not enter until they cool off. Before the group could answer, the Furies dissipated into the shadows. After a few minutes of watch the two immortals attack each other, Percy had enough. Knowing that it was stupid and risky, he took out two of his mixtures and rolled each one to an immortal. Seeing what he was going to do, all Grover and Annabeth could do was think and pray that Percy wasn't going to die. As soon as they were close enough, Percy used his powers to condense the water vapor in the room around the spheres. Bang! Who dares? Roared Hades as he and his wife turned towards the hallway, form flickering. Percy gulped as the two immortals towered over him. At least they stopped fighting, he thought as he bowed. Hades and Persephone looked at the bowing demigods and calmed down a fraction. Nephew, great niece, Satyr, why have you come to my domain? Hades growled out as he walked to his throne, his wife doing the same. After sitting down, he looked at the forms of Percy, Annabeth, and Grover. Percy licked his lips. Lord and Uncle, Lady Persephone, he began. I come here with two requests. Oh, and what are they? Persephone asked with an edge to her voice. Hades's eyes narrowed. Look, a war between the gods would be bad. Really bad, Grover added helpfully. Annabeth groaned as the immortal's eyes narrowed further, causing Grover to baw in fear. Are you telling me, demigod, that I am the reason that my brothers are about to start a civil war? Something in Hades's voice sent warning bells ringing in Percy's mind. But his ADHD won out and he blurted, but didn't you steal the Master Bolt? Percy yipped as a blast of shadow landed next to him, obliterating the stones there. How dare you keep up this pretense, boy, after what you have done? Hades, Persephone snapped at her husband. Lord Hades, what has Percy done? The Lord of the Underworld looked at the daughter of his niece. And what do you mean after what he has done? The walls of the place shook as the god bellowed out, Do you think I wish a war? Before the trio could answer, Persephone shook her head, letting them know it would be a mistake to answer. Hades started to moan and cry as he started up talking about all the problems in the underworld. Everyone in the room's sweat dropped, including the skeletons, as he curled into a ball muttering over and over one about all the paperwork he had to do and more. Shaking her head, Persephone looked at the demigods and Satyr. Understand this, young ones. My husband has the hardest job compared to his brothers. Poseidon comes second, but he is able to take breaks. My husband has little time for pleasure, and the number of mortals has increased, thus increasing his workload. A war would only drive him more insane than anything else. But didn't he steal the Master Bolt? She frowned, and Hades looked at his nephew. Open your backpack. Percy did so and drew out a 2-foot-long metal cylinder that crackled with power. Percy, I don't understand. Percy spoke with shock, his mind racing. The bag is the bolt sheath, boy. No matter where my father's bolt lie, it will always return to the sheath after some time. The queen of the underworld hissed softly with anger. The only reason that my husband has not called his armies to kill you is because of me. Now, how did you come by the bolt sheath? The Furies did not see it on your persons when they were on the bus. So how? It was a gift. Percy began before it hit. He growled with anger. Ares? What about him? Inquired Hades, eyes narrowed and leaning forward. Percy's fingernails dug into his skin as he recalled details from when he had met the god of war. Ares said that he told Poseidon that it was you who stole the bolt, and he has been the only god in the West that we have met other than you two. And he was the one to arrange the rid to LA and gave us the supplies and the backpack. The two immortals looked at each other. After a few tense seconds, Hades looked at Percy hard. I have a request, boy. I will allow to leave he under you own power and confront Ares. However, I want you to find my helm as well. Do so, and your mother will be returned to you. Lord Hades, your helm is missing as well. Annabeth asked. Yes. Now, I believe that Percy had pearls that will allow you three to leave. I will be waiting for you to finish the job. And Percus. Hades looked hard at him. Make Ares suffer if he is the one who has my bolt. With pleasure. As soon as they were gone, the two immortals looked at each other and started to fight again over the subject that they were in the middle of fighting before. Over Persephone's son, Naruto. Time skip. Percy handed the helm to Ms. Dodds and walked towards his friends. A flash of light appeared, and an immortal that he didn't know appeared. Mom, Annabeth exclaimed as the goddess stood before them. Annabeth, Grover, Percus. Athena looked at each, carefully moving from one to the next. When she looked at Percy, he gulped. You did well, Percy Jackson. Atlas, you could have done better, but because you are new to this life, I will not hold it against you. Now follow me, you three. The summer solstice is nearly upon us, and time is of the most importance. Where are we going? Grover asked. Athena waved her hand, and a black military car appeared with the symbol of an owl on the front. I am taking you and my daughter to camp and Percy to Olympus. Looking at Percy, she smiled at his unease. I will not kill or harm you, son of Poseidon. You have my word as a goddess. Couldn't I take a plane? Athena snorted after hearing his question. My father will shoot you down even if it meant losing his weapon. Your brother has irked Zeus, and in the mood he is in, he will kill you. So it is true that Naruto is the son of all three of the queen goddesses? Athena looked at her daughter. Yes, but that is not what has angered my father. Percy was afraid to ask. What did Naruto do? Athena blushed as she thought about what happened. Hermes was tasked to bring him before the council for questioning. He was tired and was not paying attention to where your brother was. Because of the lack of attention, Naruto was brought before Zeus when Naruto was going to the restroom. Grover fainted, and the two demigods' jaws dropped. Naruto peed on the king of the gods. They yelled together, wondering how he was still alive. Athena's blush darkened as the image of Naruto's tool came into her mind. I wonder how big it is going to be. No, bad Athena, but it's going to be big when he grows up. The sky rumbled, thus shaking Athena from her thoughts. She wiped a trail of ichor that was leaking from her nose. Opening the door she waved the satyr and demigods in. I'll think of it later. Percy clung onto his seat in fear as the sky rumbled around the group as Athena drove through the gray clouds. Annabeth was next to him opposite of Grover, looking around the vehicle with a mixture of awe and fear. Awe because she was inside her mother's chariot, looking at all the designs within the vehicle and the papers that were stacked in the back. Her fear was about Percy. He was the son of her mother's rival, and being in here was risky. Her mother won't outright kill Percy, not until she had reason to, so she had nothing to fear. She hoped. Athena looked at the two demigods and the satyr via her rear-view mirror. Annabeth. She started. Yes. Athena's gray orb stared into her daughter's own. After a few moments, she cracked a soft smile. You did well on your first quest. You did well also, Grover Underwood. Annabeth beamed, and Grover stammered out a, thank you, Lady Athena. Percus Jackson. Percy stiffened as he felt the goddesses of war and wisdom eyes land on him. Oh, don't be like that. You did well, but you as well as my daughter could have done better. However, as this was the first time for her to leave the camp, and you have only been a part of our world for not that long, you did well. I expect you to do better, so make sure you both study well. Yes, Athena/mother. By the way, do you still have one of those orbs you used against the anteater and her son? I am interested on how you made them and your use of your powers combined with them to defeat a much stronger foe. I thought you were going to be an idiot, but after what I saw, I took it back. Percy rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. Well, my brother and I do pranks against each other and others. So I think after all the times we've done pranking, I've learned that it is best to have a trump card or at least a backup plan in case something goes wrong. I took an interest in chemistry around a year ago and even thought it's hard. It's one of my best subjects. The only reason that I was let into Yancey Academy was because of my high grades in that subject. Athena was silent as she listened to the son of Poseidon run on about the things he and his brother did to his stepfather. She had a folder on that piece of work. Sally Jackson must love her biological son very much if she was with that man. No, a walrus perhaps? No, that was cruel to the Odobenus Rosmarus. Maybe a hunt. Yes, a hunt was a better example of Gabe. Clearing her throat, she raised an eyebrow at Percy. Percy, sensing that perhaps he should take out one of the orbs, as Grover and Annabeth were both mouthing at him to do so, took out his last one and handed it to the waiting goddess's hand. Athena looked at it closely. Interesting. I, like many of the gods, were listening to you as you faced off your foes in the arch. Is that gunpowder I detect? Yes. I added it to this one just after the events of the water park Ares sent us to. I have yet to test it out compared to the other ones I made. Annabeth elbowed Percy as one of Athene's eyebrows started to twitch. Please continue. I shall. Percus, what you have done has piqued my interest and few of the Barnacle-Beard's children have ever done so. Because of this, I want to grant you a minor blessing. Grover gave a loud bow in surprise. Annabeth and Percy gawked at the goddess. Oh, don't give me those looks. Myself and my uncle do grant blessing to each other's children. The last time I granted a blessing was to one of his daughters in the 1700s. He gave my son and a son of Hermes his blessing when they went to the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Thank you, Lady Athena, Percy said. Athena waved her hand, and Percy felt slightly different. Not much different, but different. What was your blessing anyway? Athena smirked in the rear-view mirror. Naruto and Percy stood in front of the doors to the entrance to the chamber of the Council of the Gods. At least Percy hoped it was. Athena had dropped Annabeth and Grover at camp and picked up Naruto and his stuffed fox. So this is MT Olympus. Too much white and gold. Like someone is trying to hide all the loving that has happened over the years. QB stated aloud as it followed Naruto. Then again, if I was the king of the gods, I would want to try to hide as much of my love-making as I could. So Naruto, heard you were claimed, Percy said awkwardly as he tried to revile some of the tension in the air. Naruto shrugged. Yeah. Anything interesting happened when I was gone? I was the winner of Capture the Flag because I captured the flag. That's how I was claimed. Naruto looked at his brother. I wish you were there, Percy, to see me do so. Percy reached out and tousled Naruto's hair. Oh, come on, bro. You know I would have been there if not for the missing bolt. Yeah. After a few moments, both brothers and QB entered. The first thing that came to the boys' minds was that everything was huge. While Naruto was here before, he was flashed out seconds after he was brought in to see the council. It wasn't a very good impression for both Naruto and the gods. Percy hoped that this time it would be different. Heck, he was saying a prayer to the goddess of luck so that Zeus wouldn't try to blast them. Looking around with his eyes, Percy noted that all the members of the council were here, including Hades. There was a woman that Percy assumed was Amphitrite as she was sitting in a guest throne next to who he believed to be Poseidon. The air was heavy as the brothers walked. The eyes of all the immortals was on them, judging them as they got closer to Zeus and Percy's father. As Percy passed my Poseidon, he bowed. After a few seconds, he started to walk again, then dropped to one knee in front of the king of the gods. The tension was so thick in the air that Percy would have sworn that he could feel it as a physical sensation. Oi, pervy king! Naruto yelled at the king of the gods. Snickers were quickly silenced as soon as Zeus glared left and right. You still haven't said that you're sorry. Mom said that you should say sorry to those that you have wronged. So say sorry to me, Dash. Why should I say sorry, brat? You went and peed on me. Zeus thundered and glared at Naruto. Naruto glared and shouted right back. You are the one that had your son grab me when I was about to use the toilet. That is why he is getting punished, you immature brat. Immature? You're older than me by several thousand years. I reserve the right to act my age. What about you? Naruto yelled as he shook his finger at the god. Burn, a blonde-haired man stage whispered, but the words still were loud enough to reach everyone's ears. QB snickered at Zeus' infuriated face as the god tried to come up with a comeback. Good one, kid. Thanks, QB, Naruto said to his friend before looking back at Zeus. And also, if I'm the immature one, what does that make you, you big perverty jerk? Percy, acting quickly before Naruto could really get the thunder god upset, grabbed him by his collar and pulled him back. Are you trying to get us both killed? Percy hissed at his brother. Before Naruto could answer, Poseidon cleared his throat. Perhaps, Percy, it would be best if you return my brother's bolt. Knowing that it was properly the best course of action, Percy laid the bolt and its sheath on the floor in front of Zeus's feet. The bolt leapt from the bag into Zeus's hands. The king let out a sign as he held on to his weapon before looking at Percy. You have my thanks, demigod, for returning my bolt. Percy bowed and forced Naruto to bow as well. I thank you, my lord. A blast of lightning went from the bolt and struck Ares, sending him flying. Smoking, Ares got up and was about to open his mouth before he closed it with a click. Most would think that Ares was not a smart god, which was true compared to Athena and Apollo, but nevertheless, he was far from stupid, and he knew it would be best not to enrage his father's wrath any more than it was. Now on to other business. What to do here with the son of the queens? Naruko paced the deck of the ship as her caretaker Obito steered. She was bored, and the last time she was on land was when they left the harbor. Flopping down, she let out a frustrated moan. Obi, when are we going to get where we are going anyway? I'm bored. Obishio let out a groan as the girl started to whine and complain. Why did I listen to Sensei when he tasked me to take care of his kids? Obishio wondered as he watched the girl puff up her cheeks and wave her arms. Naruko's red hair rose, and she glared at her caretaker. I want to know, Sensei. She have growled/shouted. Obishio shivered as the girl reminded him of Minato's late wife, Kushina Uzumaki, when she was upset. Take care of her, Obishio, he said. Don't let the elders use her, he said. Don't let my traitorous student lay his hands on my daughter, he said. How was I supposed to know that he had a son until I saw the third seal the QB into him after Kushina gave birth to him and then kill Sensei's wife? Obishio shook his head as he tried not to remember that night that he had failed his sensei. If the Moon Eye plan works the way that I planned it, I will be able to redeem myself to his eyes, he thought as he altered the ship's course by a few degrees. We are heading off the edge of the map where ships sail Naruko. So we are going into unknown waters? Naruko asked. No. Obishio was silent for a few moments. No one that has sailed where we are going has ever made it past the line of known and unknown sea waters alive before. The only information that we have is based on old maps and rumors from sailors that dove into safe waters before the ships were lost. Does the uncharted sea have a name? Before Obishio could answer, another voice joined the conversation. It's called the Sea of Monsters, little girl. It is the sea that surrounds the elemental nations, Kakuzu stated as he walked on deck. The missing ninja of Takigakure took a seat on a barrel as he looked out over the waters. When I was a young starting out ninja, my team and I were sent on a mission to track down and kill a man. The man was the leader of a bandit group. Normally, we would have let him go after he had fled outside the border, but he had taken the son of our then future Lady Daimyo. After several days, we found out that he had stolen a ship and was heading out to sea. So then what? Naruko asked as she rocked side to side. Kakuzu chucked at the girl's actions. She was a piece of work that he would say that scared him. She was one of the most dangerous females, or Uzumaki, that he had ever had the misfortune of crossing. At first glance, she seemed like an carefree airhead. Few have ever survived when the girl got serious in a fight or when she put her mind to something. Once, she let herself be captured by bandits so that she could behead the leader herself. She then went through the camp naked, killing all the members of that party, using her body and innocent mask as bait. Her latest piece of work was making a blood clone, then leaving it at the base she was hiding in with Toby. Then she had rumors spread, thought the Toad Sage's network of the location. Kakuzu wished he could have seen the looks on the Konoha ninjas' faces when they read the message that she had told Toby to write on the wall with the blood. Of course, the sage would have sealed the body to be taken to the village. However, the man didn't know that Naruto had placed a seal that would cause an explosion as soon as the body was unsealed, damaging the area it was in. We followed them, of course, but by the time we reached them, They were crossing the border in order to escape. My sensei ordered the captain of the ship we had bought to pursue the man. I had a bad feeling, and in the cover of the setting sun, stole a rowboat and some supplies and cast off. When I got a fair but far distance away did I look back, only to see the ship sinking by something attacking it. When I made it back to port, I was half mad with fever and thirst. That is why I am going as far at the last port. I do not want to enter that sea. I may be immortal, but I am far from stupid. My lord, the heroes were successful of retrieving the bolt. Also, it seems that the war is off. Tell me, Castellan, do you think that I am a fool not to notice? Oh, of course not, my lord. I only thought dash. You thought pathetic. My form might still be trapped in the pit, but that does not mean my mind is. Perhaps if you were thinking, you would have given the sea child and the girl you see as a sister the monster bait I had crafted. I couldn't risk the discovery of myself being the thief. Why couldn't you have had ###### do it? She has proven herself far more helpful than you. Her plan was what nearly caused my children to go to war, not you stealing and bringing the bolt to one of my brethren. She is too intertwined in her interest Percy's brother, Naruto, just like most of the girls are. Naruto, the son of Hera, Persephone, and Amphitrite. Ah yes, you told me of him, but I had dismissed the information as I was paying attention to the arrival of my grandson. Tell me, how close are the brothers? Close, m'lord. It may be Percy Jackson's weakness, as the two share a bond. ######## wants to use him in her quest to bring down the gods. He is something would break the will of my grandson then. Do as you must. And while she is the greatest asset, there are other ways to bring down the gods. You know what to do. Crystal. Naruto and Zeus glared at each other as the queens took spots around their son. Percy found himself next to his father's legs, on a guest sit. Three of the gods, Aphrodite, Dionysus, and Hephaestus weren't even looking at his brother. Well, the goddess of love was staring into space, the smith god was tinkering with something, and Mr. D looked like he was slightly worried for Naruto. Aphrodite is probably thinking of what sort of love life my brother will have. Hephaestus doesn't seem to care, not sure that I blame him or not. But what's Mr. D's angle in this? He keeps calling all of us demigods by wrong names, and I can't think of any reason for him to have an interest that is in Naruto's favor. Considering that Naruto took all of his and Chiron's betting money, several gems, 2 packs of sodas, and the trainer's record albums. Percy was slightly scared for his brother. If it came down to it, Percy knew that he would somehow steal his brother's soul from his uncle, or trade his own for his brother's. Artemis looked at her father with worry. After spending that day with Naruto, she had thought of the boy as a hunter's puppy that wanted to play and impress its mistress, or a little brother. Better than her twin, who was a major idiot for a god of intellect and pervert. Artemis idly wondered if she could trade brothers with Percy, but knew that she was stuck with Apollo, who, even thought was a pain, was still family and someone that she could count on when she needed it. Looking to her brother, Artemis was going to ask him if he would like to do a hunt together, just the two of them, before seeing what was playing on this device. Apollo, who had taken out the headphones, looked at Naruto with interest before he felt as if he was going to be replaced, after which he felt a bit of happiness. Then danger. Gulping, he looked over his shoulder to see his sister glaring at him. Sweating quickly, the male twin archer immortal went back to observing the boy. For some reason, the boy felt off. Not from the number of goddesses being his immoral mother, but something else. Interesting, Apollo thought as he watched the boy look in defiance at Zeus. Hades wasn't sure what to think of Naruto. Sure, he was of his wife's blood, but at the same time, she insisted that she hadn't had any romances after the oath was given. She had at that time swore that as long as Hades was true to the oath, she would be true to it as long as he was. That was until several years ago when she had returned from a trip to the Sea of Monsters. She had brought back several seeds for her gardens, but also she was uneasy about something. Poseidon was like his brother, uneasy of what to do with Naruto, but he was unable to be mad at his wife, as that would make him a hypocrite. So he kept his mouth shut as he did not need to go to the couch tonight. He really wanted to get laid tonight by his wife, and if he messed up, he silently vowed to make sure that the boy lived. For now. Ares was annoyed at Percy, but was looked at Naruto with interest. Percy, sensing this, stepped between the god's line of sight and Naruto. He still recalled what was said to him by the war god about his brother. Hermes glared at Naruto. Because of the stunt that happened last time in the council chamber, Hermes was forced to clean all the toilets for a week. Then there was the fact that Naruto had shown up his boys with pranks and messed with the camp's mail and making him follow insane instructions to find them again. How did he send mail to places around the world? He thought as he fumed. After a few seconds, he grinned. Well, at least he has shown that he is a natural thief and prankster. Perhaps I could wiggle out how he did it. And how did he get me to send a stink bomb to my own office? Huh? What was that, QB? All the immortals stopped what they were doing and stared at Naruto as he started to talk to the stuffed nine-tailed fox. You want to do what? I said I wanted to nap a bit. The fire from the hearth feels so nice on my coat, and you will be fine dealing with the wuss with a size problem. But you are better at words than I am. ZZZZ. QB, wake up. The Olympians looked at the god of madness as Naruto started to yell at his stuffed toy. He shook his head, signaling that Naruto wasn't crazy, even thought the kid was having a one-sided conversation with the fox. A rather convincing one at that, Apollo thought, as did the rest of the gods. Apollo could have sworn on the sticks that the shadow of the stuffed toy was of a massive fox the size of the room, but after blinking, it vanished to the size of what it should be. Enough! Zeus roared at Naruto, tired of listening to the boy's voice. Hera, Persephone, and Amphitrite, explain yourselves. Especially you, Hera. How is this demigods your son of all your lineage? As one, as thought they had rehearsed, the queen spoke, we don't know. Hera looked at her husband straight in the eyes with anger. Unlike you, my dear husband, I have never laid with a mortal or immortal other than you. I only learned of Naruto here during one of my social meetings with some mortal women. How about you, Persephone? Or you, Amphitrite? Do either of you know how this demigod came to be? I became aware of him when my husband claimed Percus there. Poseidon rubbed his head sheepishly as his wife sent him a small glare. But I have no idea. Persephone, do you have any idea? The queen of the underworld was silent. I discovered Naruto here when he was a newborn near a village that was inflamed. Thanatos was summoned there by a mortal for some deed that he has not let past his lips. I was in the area in what the locals call the Forest of Death when I felt as if something was different. Intrigued, I followed the feeling to a clearing where a baby laid, a man hovering over him with a knife held up to kill. Before I could interfere, an old man stopped him. After a few words, the men took the baby to the village. So I knocked them out and took Naruto. I then teleported Naruto to New York and went back to the clearing to look for any reason why I felt my power in the boy. Did you? Questioned Zeus. As the gods listened, Naruto had discovered Hestia and was munching on a cookie that she gave him. Percy deadpanned at his brother while wishing for a cookie himself. A blue chocolate chip one at that. His daughter shook her head. All I found were two bodies of a man and woman. Both mortals, but... What is it? Asked Athena. When I checked the woman's body, I felt traces of an immortal. So we have a mystery on our hands. Do you think that whoever the immortal was, he or she had a hand of Naruto's birth? Apollo asked the question that was on the minds of all present. The immortals were more worried than the two brothers. A demigod whose coming into being that was a result of interference meant someone was hoping to use the boy for something in the future. But for what? Seeing that this meeting only brought up more questions than answers, Zeus chose to dismiss the demigods. However, hey, perverted old guy, why are you upset that I am the child of your wife anyway? Last I checked, you are the unfaithful one of the marriage, not her. I will enjoy making him suffer. Zeus thought as he glared at Naruto before flashing out. Several of the gods also flashed out, leaving only Poseidon in the room along with the queens. Percy and Naruto looked at the four immortals, who were no longer 10 feet tall, but were still taller than the brothers. The Sea King cleared his throat. You did well, my son. Thank you, sir. Amphitrite looked over the son of her husband. I am still not sure what to think of you, Percus, as you are the product of my husband's lack of restraint. And no, you will not say your favorite saying in front of me right now. Poseidon deflated at that remark. But you are also the brother of my son, so I ask that you keep an eye on him. I will, Lady Amphitrite, Percy said with a bow. Hera was silent. She studied the brothers. Naruto was leaning on his brother, falling asleep. Perhaps having him won't be so bad, she thought as she looked at her and her fellow queen's son. It will give me a chance to understand why the rest of the council has demigods. Artemis might not have children of her own, but her hunters are like her daughters, so I say it counts. So Athena blessed you while Ares cursed you, huh? I wonder what she gave you. Poseidon said softly as looked at the duo. Percy rubbed his brother's back as Naruto slowly fell into the graces of Morpheus's domain. Sensing that the boys were tired, he teleported them to camp. Percy sharpened his blade riptide as he thought about his summer at Camp Half-Blood. All in all, it had been the most memorable summer he had ever had. Looking over to the rock-climbing wall, he saw Naruto racing one of the strolls to the top. Snicking to himself, he tested the blade's sharpness. Satisfied, he turned his blade back to its pin form and pocketed it. It's strange, when I first arrived, all I wanted was to get away from the seemingly lunatic people here. Percy chucked as Naruto made it to the top first and dumped paint all over the son of Hermes. Now that I have to go along with the rest of the part-time campers, I feel as if I am leaving home again. Heading towards the training field to get some last-minute practice, Percy heard the sounds of someone training and went to investigate. Take that, Connor. Naruto crowed at the son of Hermes as he wiped the pain from his eyes. Smirking, Naruto raced to the side closest to the forest and jumped off. While he couldn't fly, Zeus was a jerk. Naruto found out he could glide through the air and land safely. He took it as a power he got from Hera, as she was the queen of the heavens. Even thought he couldn't fly, Naruto was happy to have what he got. Water balloon assaulting is so much fun when you are above your targets, he thought with a grin. Landing on a branch, he raced through the branches of the trees, using his arms and legs to move much like a primate. QB was a great teacher to teach me tree racing. Using a branch as a springboard, Naruto cleared the treetops and landed on the top of a large pine. Looking around, Naruto felt as if he was an assassin from Assassin's Creed or a ninja. Seeing the world from his spot in the middle of the sea of trees, Naruto felt most at home. The way the trees moved in the wind reminded him of water, and the lowering of a polished chariot cast lots of shadows to hide in. Closing his eyes, Naruto tried doing the trick that QB called chakra sensing and tried to find the fox. Feeling the nine-tailed critter, Naruto leaped from his spot and landed near its hiding spot. What's up, Kit? Just was enjoying the view before we have to go back home to Mom. Naruto took out a pair of ham sandwiches and gave one to QB. QB said thanks and started to eat the one it was given. I'll miss it here. School isn't as fun as it is here. The girls at the school are too formal at times and don't like to rough house as much as the girls here. They're just mortals, very weak ones at that, Kit. They also have to protect the reputation of the school too. Yeah, Mom said in her letters to me that I may be going to the same school as Big Bro this coming school year as they had an opening. But she has to deal with the paperwork, and I will be going to the one I have been going to until it's all cleared. QB lazily took a bite out of its food as Naruto talked. Then, QB, there's a giant caterpillar about to take a bite off your butt. What? Where? Yelled QB as it tried to find the caterpillar, tails together as it tried moved one way then another. Kill it. Naruto slammed his foot on the ends of QB's tails, causing the tailed beast to scream in pain. You know what? You don't appreciate it, a joke. Naruto stated as he raced away from QB, who was enraged and wanting blood. Ducking behind a tree, Naruto watched as his mad friend raced into the distance. That was close. Seeing as he was near the creek, Naruto headed towards it to say hi to the nymph that lived there. As he walked, he noticed that something was off. Thinking it was his nerves, Naruto walked to the edge of the forest and came upon Luke and his brother. Raising his hand, Naruto stepped out and called out to the older boys. Percy's eyes widened as he recalled what the oracle told him. You shall go west and face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend, and you shall fail to save what matters most in the end. Naruto, run. Before Naruto could respond, Luke suddenly appeared behind him with his sword. Percy's eyes widened as Luke pulled his sword arm back. Naruto cried out in pain and shock as Luke thrust his sword up to the hilt into Naruto's body. Grabbing Naruto by his hair to keep him from falling, Luke called out to Percy. Sorry, Percy, but it looks like you failed to protect your family after all. Sigh, Naruto called out to his brother weakly as his body tried to keep him alive. Luke pulled on Naruto's hair, causing the younger boy to cry out. Percy's heart lurched in his chest as Naruto blood started to show through his clothes. He helped me. You know, I was going to summon a monster to kill you, but this is so much better. Luke gloated. But when Naruto came to our little spot, I recalled what you told me when we first met, how your mother tasked you to protect your brother. I wonder how she will look at you when you tell her he died. All that work to make sure that your brother was safe from a war, such a waste. Percy's blood froze as Luke shifted the blade, causing Naruto to cough up blood. You know, I really wish you did take up my offer to join me and the Titans. But then I won't have gotten the chance to kill Naruto here. Luke grinned darkly as he saw the rage in Percy's eyes. But I really must be going. You aren't going anywhere. Percy screamed at Luke as he wiped out his sword. TSK, Percy. Don't you care what happens to your brother? Percy looked at Naruto, who looked at his brother in the eyes. Do it, bro. There. Naruto's eyes closed as the pain overwhelmed his senses as he used the last of his energy to speak. As darkness closed on Naruto, he could see his brother heading straight for him and Luke. Nearby, Kyuubi watched as Naruto fell unconscious by blood lost. Troublesome ape child. What a day it is, thought Kyuubi as the fox lazed on the grass under an oak tree blowing bubbles. The early morning wind went through its fur as it carried the scents of the city. Apollo's chariot slowly rose as if the god was still waking up from whatever the god did at night. Hick, hick, hick. Kyuubi looked up from blowing his bubbles to see Naruto walking towards him, looking worried. Hick, Kyuubi. Hick, I have hick, have hick. I hick, I have the hick, the hick, hick, the hick. What is it? What do you have? A $10 bill? A new comic book? What? Kyuubi asked Naruto. The hick, hick. I have hick, have the hick, the hick, the hick, hick, the hick, the hick, hick. I love doing this. Kyuubi thought without shame and a large grin on its face. So do you think we will be able to post another chapter soon, Naruto? I think the natives are getting restless. Hick. Naruto glared at his friend, or at least tried to. I hick. I don't hick. Don't hick. Think hick. You're foo hick. Funny Kyuubi. Hick, help me. Hick. Fine then. I may be able to come up with an idea after I'm done helping you. Stop with the ta dash. Hick. Talking. Hick hick. To thin. Hick. Air Kyuubi. Fine. Here's what we'll try first. They say drinking a glass of water upside down is supposed to help. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Kyuubi as he hiccuped. It could help. Hick. What the hick? The heck hick. I'll try hick it. So are you ready for school today? Kyuubi asked as the duo walked towards home. It's yours and Percy's last day there. I hick think hick so Kyuubi. Naruto grumbled as he walked. But I hick. I wish hick. That Percy hick. And lay off my hick back. They are only worried for you, kid. Luke nearly killed you, and if it wasn't for Percy and Jupiter, plus my help, you would have died. You were in the care of Chiron for a week in critical care. Your adoptive mother was in hysterics, and Mr. D had to put her asleep to get her to stop choking the centaur when she found out. Oh, hick yeah. Naruto recalled that when he woke up, Chiron had a neck brace on, and Sally Jackson was in the chair next to him asleep. Percy told him what happened as Chiron ran as soon as he saw Sally waking up. Mom was hick, angry, hick, and was hick, yelling a lot. I think mothers do that because they are scared. Mom was hick scared. Hick, mom, hick, doesn't get hick scared. Hick, she's mom. You did tell her that we were outside, right? I thought you did, idiot. Baka, I thought you told her. Hick, she's go hick, ing to kill, hick me. Sucks to be you. May hick, maybe I'll hick be lucky. Kyuubi shrugged. Perhaps, but don't blame me so you can get out of trouble. Naruto slowly opened the apartment door as he tired to sneak in. Well, as best as one can with hiccups. Closing the door and locking it, Naruto sighed with relief. He frozen in place as he heard the groaning of the floorboards from the master bedroom. Tiptoeing to the room, Naruto peeked in to see his mother entering the bathroom. Safe, he thought. That was until he heard his mother through the bathroom door. Naruto, go wake up your brother, will you please? Hick, why yes, hick, mom. Naruto said as he clenched his heart as he tried to clam down. You have the hiccups, honey? Try to drink a glass of water, and if that doesn't work, I'll give you a spoonful of sugar. Don't do it yourself, you hear me, young man? Yes, hick, mom. With a sigh and a hick, Naruto walked to the kitchen and grabbed a cup. After filling it, he looked at Kyubi. How the heck, hick, hick, I supposed, hick, to drink, hick, this up, hick, side down, hick, Q? I think you were meant to lean over the drink from the other side. Oh, Kyubi bit the side of his mouth to stop from laughing as Naruto was drenched from head to toe. Hick, thanks Kyubi, hick, but I hick, have hick, water up, hick, my nose. What do you want to try next? Hick, try to hick, scare me. Okay, I think I can do that. Clearing its throat, Kyubi began to list of things. There is a hole in the ozone that is bombarding the land with UV radiation. Terrorists are trying to find new ways to cause mass detestation. We are polluting the sources of water we use to drink and the air we breathe with gases that would tour the world into a sauna. The government is spying on its people and is stockpiling the information to plan for the subjugation of the nation's new generations by dumping down the current masses. The gods are preparing for a new world war with the Titans and Rouge gods. There are mass shootings every month or so. I mean, hick, surprise me. Naruto grumbled with a sour look on his face. Those don't scare you? Wow, here I thought that you would be affected by what is being talked about on the media. Ring ring. Naruto and Kyubi looked at the telephone. Before Naruto could answer, his mom walked in and answered. Hello? Oh, hello, Chiron. I see. Naruto saw her looking over her shoulder. I understand. They will be upset, you know. No, I understand perfectly. Goodbye. What hick was that hick about, Mom? Naruto asked. Sally Jackson sighed and pulled her son into a hug. I'll tell you after Percy wakes up. Is that okay, honey? Sally said softly as she rubbed Naruto's back with her hands with love. He needs to hear this too. Hick, okay. Sally laughed and stood up. You still have the hiccups, huh, sunshine? Let's see if I can take care of that. Going to the kitchen to get what she needed to help Naruto and make breakfast, she noticed that Naruto had a worried expression on his face. Honey, is something wrong? Is that bully picking on you again? Hick, Mom. Naruto cried out as he watched her get the sugar out. I said hick, that hick. I'll take hick care hick of it. Hick. I see. Naruto scowled as his mother nodded her head. So that kid was picking on you and you're worried that he will do something today? I thought I told you to tell a teacher or do what that anti-bullying stuff. I hick tried, Mom. Hick. He hick. Didn't. Hick. Won't stop. He and hick, his group. Hick. Call me. Hick. A hick. A wuss and hick. Make fun hick. Of me cause I play with hick. The girls. I see. But don't you like playing with the girls, honey? Sally tried to come up with the right words to tell her upset son. I know that so of them enjoy your company very much. Naruto's expression went to downcast. That's not, hick, the point. He spoke with clenched fingers. Sally signed. Kyubi did too. Not that she noticed. I know, dear. Now open that mouth of yours so I can help you get rid of those hiccups. Naruto opened and let her place the spoonful of sugar in his mouth. There. Now run that cute face upstairs and wake up Percy. It's the last day of school. Naruto nodded and raced off, Kyubi right on his heels. So how are you going to wake your brother up today? I'll do it like, hick, Mom told me to first. Hick, then my way. So like an elephant. Seems like a better plan than me jumping on him. Hick. Now hush. Percy lied in his bed slumbering. Every few seconds his hands or eyelids would twitch. So deep in Hinosa's and Morpheus's domains that he did not stir when the door opened. He also did not awake to the hands that shook his shoulders. Moaning, he turned over and covered his head with his pillow. Percy. Zzz. Come on, Percy, wake up. Naruto glared at his brother as Percy snored under his pillow. Growling, Naruto walked towards the closest that the brothers shared. As he walked, he noticed the air shimmering outside the window for a second before disappearing. Ignoring it, Naruto opened the closet doors and grasped what he was looking for. Walking towards the end of the bed, Naruto took a deep breath in and blew his horn. "Be-yo-yo. Hey-ya!" screamed Percy as he flew out of his bed, ears ringing. His eyes darted around the room, looking for the elephant that woke him up. His eyes landed on the form of his brother on the ground, laughing his head off. "Why you?" Percy launched his pillow at Naruto's face and followed suit. The two boys started to tumble around the room, fighting with each other as Naruto tried to fend his brother off from tickling him. After a minute of this, Naruto raced away laughing. Percy growled as he got up from the floor. Dropping his PJs to the floor, Percy heard an eep from outside his window. Looking towards it, he could have sworn there was blood hanging in midair before it disappeared. That dream must be making me see things, Percy thought as he got dressed and left the room. I hope Grover is all right. "Morning, Percy," Sally called out to her son as she carried a plate of food to the dining room table. Percy grunted as he glared at his brother. "I hope that you have a better attitude for school today, Mr. Grumpy Pants. And Naruto, don't blow your horn so early in the morning. Some people are trying to sleep." "Yes, Mama." Percy narrowed his eyes at the innocent angel look Naruto was giving his mother. Reaching over, he swatted the back of Naruto's head. "Ow, Percy. That's for waking me up like you did," Percy stated as he started to eat waffle. Their mother walked in carrying a cup of coffee and her food. "Now, boys, today's the last day of school, so let's get off to the right foot, K." Noticing that Percy wasn't eating as fast as he usually did, she looked at him. "Is something wrong, dear?" "I think Grover's in trouble." Percy began telling her and his brother about the dream he had before woken up. Sally pursed her lips as Percy spoke. She was still upset after what happened the last time her children were at the camp. "Grover's a big sadder now, Percy. Besides, we would have heard from camp." Sally trailed off as if trying to find the right words to say. "Never mind." "What is it?" Percy asked, seeing that her shoulders were tense. "Nothing. Tell you what, you two. How about after school we go to the Rockefeller Center, to that shop you like, Percy? Tyson can join us in celebrating the passing of 7th grade. Naruto gasped for breath and tried to wiggle free from the clutches of the monsters that held him in place. At the other side of the cavern/room, Naruto wasn't sure what to call it. Kyubi was on the floor in hysterics. Why was the fox having a good old time? Because of what Naruto was trapped by, of course. Only Yukit could try to escape from that. Kyubi snickered into a paw as it looked at Naruto. Naruto's gaze, if it could, would have vaporized the fox. "Help me, Kyubi." Naruto hissed at his friend so that his captors wouldn't wake. A snake tail suddenly wrapped around him and pulled him close to the owner of the tail. "Jaya." Foxy smells good," moaned the monster as it rubbed its cheek against Naruto's in its sleep. "Need air, can't breathe," thought a blue-faced Naruto as he tired to wiggle his way free. To Kyubi's delight and Naruto's misfortune, Naruto's actions only caused the monster to hold onto the boy tighter and press his face against its chest. "Only you, kid," Kyubi thought as Naruto tried to escape the overly affectionate monster. "How did this happen to me?" the 9-year-old asked as he gasped for breath, only to pull back into the female monster's assets, or lack of. His mind flashed back to the last several days where it all began. Sally Jackson looked at her sons. Naruto was stuffing his face with eyes while Percy looked like she took the rug out from under him. She didn't blame him. Percy had his heart set on going to camp this summer, and she felt bad doing to him. But with the problems Chiron said that were going on, she knew that it wouldn't be proper. Not until she's sure that Naruto would be safe as well. "But Mom he began before being cut off by a look from his mother. "Don't you, but Mom, me pursues. I know you want to go back to camp so you can train and see your friends." "That's not the only reason," Naruto's voice sing-songed out. Sally looked at him with her eyebrow tilted and a confused look on her face. "Oh," Naruto grinned, and it took only a few seconds for Percy to figure it out. "Why my little cookie monster?" "'Cause Percy got a dash. Finish that, and you're a dead man." Percy hissed into Naruto's ear with his hand covering his brother's mouth, his other hand in his pocket fingering Riptide. Naruto eyed his brother as he mentally went through his options and chances of survival. Percy's eyes narrowed as Naruto mouthed, "What's in it for me?" "Percy has a what?" Sally slowly raised her mug of coffee to her lips. enjoying her eldest squirm in his sit. She mentally noted to punish him for threatening his brother, perhaps by having him help her with her turn to host ladies' night. However, she knew that this was not the time or the place to push for information, as her youngest looked like he needed help to escape from his brother. "Nothing, Mom," Percy said hurriedly with a bush. "Or not. This may be the better punishment," Sally Jackson thought as she stared at Percy. "Oh, okay then. The reason that I want you both home today is that your uncle is coming over later tonight. He was going to be in the neighborhood, and I thought it would be nice to see him again." "Uncle Max." Percy rolled his eyes at Naruto's excitement and looked at his mother questioningly. A few years back, when Naruto was 5, was his and Percy's first time meeting the brother of their mother. Sally rarely spoke of him, and probably would have never if she had only Percy to take care of. But with 2 boys and a walrus that looked at her youngest son in a very questionable manner, Sally was forced to ask for his help. Uncle Max was an interesting person. He was Sally Jackson's elder brother by a few years and had a background that she refused to tell her children. He had a huge heart and spent most of his time traveling doing his work with the Red Cross. He was the one to introduce Percy to chemistry and helped him with his dyslexia, so that Percy wouldn't go around working with dangerous chemicals, not knowing which was which. Max made sure to test Percy every chance he got to make sure his nephew was handling them correctly. As for Naruto, Max brought cooties from around the world for him to try. The sugar rush that Naruto had gotten due to the cooties made him go on a pranking spree that lasted for a week. Needless to say, Sally was not pleased to find out that her brother was the cause for her and Gabe's headaches. Gabe was so traumatized by the event, he actually went to work and overtime for a total of 7 months. "Yes, Uncle Max." Sally sighed. "He is passing by and thought it would be nice to see the family again. Also, he is going to bring your cousin over, so you two will be on your best behavior." Naruto hissed at the mention of his cousin. She was the bane of his existence and scared him. Percy looked like he swallowed a lemon and paled as he looked at his brother in pity. Looking at the time, he realized that he had to go to class. "See ya, Mom." Sally smiled and gave her son a wave goodbye. "Remember to come home after school." "I know, Mom." Sally looked at Naruto's pleading blue eyes. "Please say that you are kidding that she is coming over. Please, Mom." "What's wrong with her, honey? She's an angel and such a proper young lady. I do believe that she will make a man real happy one day." Sally smiled as she thought of her niece. Patting Naruto's head and not seeing the expression on his face, she continued to talk. "Besides, you two are cute together, and Max said that she misses her cousin. Now head to your room and get your things together, young man." Naruto dashed as fast as he could to his room. Opening the door, he wasn't surprised to see Kyubi reading one of his comic books. "Kyubi, we have a SOS. My cousin is coming over." "What?" yelled the tailed beast as he nearly snapped his head from his spine to look at Naruto. "The one that is a fury in mortal flesh." "The same." Both of them shuddered in fear. "What are we going to do?" "As soon as I get home, there will be a meeting for all the members of GROSS," Naruto declared as he got his books into his bag. "Now help me get ready for school, you wimp." "A wimp? Who here locked themselves inside the closet the last time she was here?" "You hid in the washer and dryer for most of the time she was here." "Not my fault it was bath day. Unlike you, I try to stay on a steady schedule for them. Baths are evil, and you know it." Kyubi rolled its eyes at Naruto. "So do you have a plan to get rid of her this time?" "Of course I do," Naruto declared. "At least I will," he said sheepishly. Kyubi snorted and smacked its head with a tail. A few hours later, Naruto slammed his head into his desk. So bored, he moaned as he just left his head there. The students around him rolled their eyes as the teacher droned on and on about the test they took the day before. Naruto tilted his head to the side to look at his seat neighbor to the right of his desk. His neighbor giggled as she tried not to pay attention to Naruto's face. Stealing a glance to make sure the teacher wasn't paying attention, she leaned over to Naruto. "Psst, pay attention, Naruto. It's the last day of school, and you look like you are being drained of your life." Naruto groaned as he looked at Maya. She was an exchange student from somewhere that Naruto forgot about, as he was usually distracted by her red hair and amber eyes. Like today, her eyes were so pretty, and as the sunlight from the window shined in her hair, it practically glowed. "Says you're the ace student here and the teacher's pet." Maya blushed and then glared at Naruto. Shut up and pay attention. And are you coming this weekend? Naruto rolled his eyes and looked at Maya, then shrugged. I don't know. Hopefully, I will be able to unless something happens. Naruto went back to staring at the diagram that the teacher was drawing on the chalkboard. He idly wondered what his brother was doing and when Percy was going to come save him from school, if he hasn't already gotten into trouble. Percy yipped as a flaming dodgeball streaked by him, setting his gym shorts on fire. Tyson and him were the only two not freaking out about the monsters that were lunging, exploding dodgeballs. As he weaved and dodged the balls of doom, he idly thought that this could be a great activity for the camp. The flaming dodgeballs, not the whole monster eating the demigods, burned flesh part. Twisting his body, Percy narrowly got missed by a ball for Skull Crusher. With a smirk, he slammed his leg on the floorboard and darkly chuckled as the other end of the board hit between the monster's legs. Bonus score, 100 points, Percy thought as he watched the monster fall to the ground in pain. Too bad he won't die from that, but so worth it. Grasping the now broken board, he thought of his choices. If it wasn't for the fact that he now had a makeshift weapon, he would have had one of the monsters throw a ball at the locker room doors so that he could get to Riptide. But now, Tyson, throw it at the pipes. He yelled as he snapped the board into two pieces, one for each hand. Nodding, Tyson threw his last ball at the ceiling. His aim was true as the ball exploded against the pipes. Water poured down across the gym floor, and as soon as it hit his skin, Percy felt the weariness fade away. With his renewed energy, he coated the wood with a layer of razor-sharp ice and settled into a fighting stance. While not the most elegant weapons or well-made, Percy knew they would sever his purpose well enough to kill the monsters. Asterisk. The monsters eyed him as they got ready to fight. At an unseen sign, Percy charged. He raced forward at a dead sprint and used Sloane's face as a springboard, hearing a stiffening crunch as the bully's nose broke. Spinning to avoid one of the balls of doom, he brought down the makeshift weapon in his left hand and had the spike at the end pierce the monster's head from above. Still moving, Percy used the one on his right to block the fist of another unnamed monster before slashing it with his other. Both monsters crumbled to dust as Percy continued to move. As he fought, he idly wondered why the monsters looked so surprised at his fighting skill, like they thought he would be weaker or less skilled than what he was showing. And I would be if not for the constant sparring I have had with Naruto over the school year. As the son of Poseidon went through the monsters like a blender, hacking and slashing, Percy noticed that the teachers were trying to open the doors to the gym. Frowning as he blocked an explosion with one of his weapons that broke due to the usage and wear, he wished that the gods would go easy on him. Then again, maybe not, as the last monster was able to sweep him off his feet. Nah, he hasn't had any problems so far this year. Taichi must be going easy on him for once. Naruto rolled his pencil on his desk and checked the time. 5 more minutes to go? I can't wait that long. The whole class cheered when the bell rang, stopping the teacher from his monologue. In seconds, the various 4th and 5th graders raced out the doors to the playground where the festival was set up. Soon the whole area was full of children having fun with the things to do. Naruto raced to the food area and grabbed himself a slice of pizza. Maya walked up to him chewing on some candy with her sisters on either side of her. Come on, Naruto, you have to come to the party, whined Maya as she latched onto his arm. She then flicked a lock of her red hair to the side. She then pouted cutely. Please, Naruto. I don't know, Maya. My family is having guests over and Mom would be upset if I skipped out on her. I'll let you know as soon as I can. Maya gave Naruto a teary-eyed puppy look. But Foxy, you have to come. My mom is on my tail about you and really hopes you can make it to dinner. Ram and Rem looked at each other as they watched their older sister try to convince Naruto to come to dinner. Seeing that Naruto was not changing his stance on the subject, they chose to help him out. Say, sis. Naruto looks like he needs some space. Say, sis. Maya need to let him have some space. Maya glared at her sisters. Why do you do that? Say, sis. What is talking about? Rem asked her sister. Ram looked at her sister. Say, sis. She looks upset. That's it. Maya lunged at her sisters who raced away giggling. Naruto sighed in relief as he went back to eating his pizza. Girls are troublesome, he declared in his thoughts as he ate. After finishing his pizza, Naruto joined in his fellow schoolmates in the festival having fun. As he went from event to event, something told him something wasn't right. Like the feeling of a bad storm heading in before it hits. That feeling was dashed as he discovered the cache of cookies that the teachers were trying to hide from the students so they could hand them out when everyone was leaving. It took 3 teachers and the officer to hide the cookies from the mouth of one Naruto Jackson. Unluckily for them, his fellow schoolmates noticed, and soon the school became a battlefield for the ownership for the cookies. No one was hurt too badly and nothing was damaged, but the students were forced to head home as they had been worn out from all the running and fighting. Naruto said his goodbyes to his fellow classmates and friends and wished them luck over the summer. Sitting by the front door with his bag, Naruto waited for Percy to pick him up from his way home from school. After a while, however, Naruto found himself in front of his mother, who was not happy. Tartarus, the pit of the underworld and chasm. It is a place where no god or demigod dare enter. It was the home of the enemies of the gods, and the primordial, who was the pit itself. No one other than the denizens of the place knew what Tartarus looked like. The 6 original gods had an idea on what it looked like when they freed their relatives from the care of camp during the last era. However, that was from an age long past, and even the first 6 had more or less had forgot what was in the pit. Only Hades had a clearer memory than his brothers and sisters, and also knew that there were things in the pit that were far worse than anything the gods had ever faced. Now it was the home of the Titan Lord himself, broken but very much aware of his surroundings and the outside world. However, the Titans were not the only ones who are enemies of the gods. 2 orbs glowed in the dim light of the pit as the owner looked at his prey with hunger. He did not know how long he had been in the pit, but he knew that it was a long time. Raising his meat cleaver, he killed the monster and started to divvy up the meat before it could dispel. Not enough, he thought as he started to eat. How he, the bane of the fates, now had to survive on meager scraps when once he was feared by mortals and monsters alike. Using the rib bone of a hellhound to pick his teeth, Thun thoughts went back to his project and how it would aid him against the fates. It was worth the years spent in the pit. When he and his fellow gigantes had first arose, he had found something the sun god had lost. Vials of immortal blood. And not just any blood, blood from when the gods were young. Of course, the fates had stopped him and destroyed the majority of the vials, but he was the bane of fate. He had hid several of the vials just in case of that event. Prometheus was also a help, having traded secrets to demigods of the past to gain samples of gods and his fellow titans that were trapped by the gods. And now I am here in the pit trapped. Father was able to give me a few minutes to leave and talk to him and come back before the gods noticed I was free. Thun sighed. Now I have to wait until the titans are done weakening the gods so we can arise. Perhaps this will allow my projects to grow stronger before I revel to its destiny. The surrounding area echoed as Thun chucked darkly. Prometheus would set each one of the experiments against each other to see which one was worthy of become his, the giant of anti-fate, champion. Naruto cowered in the seat as his mother drove him home. He did not know what was wrong, but Naruto knew by judging by her face that she was livid with someone. Hopefully not me, Naruto prayed in his head as his mother turned the car onto their street. Sally Jackson glanced at the rear-view mirror. Have you seen Percy at all today? Naruto shivered at his adopted mother's tone. I haven't seen him since he left for school, Mom. Sally Jackson's hands tightened around the steering wheel. Even with non-mortal means? No. Naruto looked at the back of High Mother's head as he was riding in the back. Why are you asking me? Are you mad at me? Because of what your brother did earlier, I am upset, honey. Sally's face relaxed as she let out a sigh. I was hoping for a ladies' day out and pampering before your guests come tonight. However, the police came and brought me into questioning about your brother being a terrorist. And let me tell you, I was hoping for that spa appointment today for the past year. She finished with a bitter tone. Naruto nodded as he got out of the car. When Sally was released by Hades, he had gifted her with an all-expensive paid spa, massage treatment, and makeover at New York's finest. When his mother found out, she went into hysterics over the news. After all, even if it was until a year, it was more than what she could ever afford, as the price would have been at least $1 million due to the line to get in. Now she would never get to have her special day. Percy suddenly felt as that he should avoid his mother and any female immortal for the next several weeks. He gulped as Annabeth slowly reached for a baseball bat with a glint in her eyes when he had told her that he had forgotten to bring his brother home from school. Was it his fault that she had asked what would happen if he didn't do so, and he answered, "Traitors." He roared in his mind as the child of Athena's shadow seemed to fill the room and cover her features. The said traitors were Chiron and Tyson, who had fled as soon as he had finished explaining to his fellow demigod. Annabeth, can't we talk about this? Her face, if possible, darkened more. No. Percy's screams of pain filled the camp and the surrounding area as Annabeth delivered female justice to the son of Poseidon. Sally Jackson suddenly felt as if the universe is giving her oldest a lesson. Can you race ahead and unlock the day, Naruto? I need to grab the groceries. Sure thing, Mom. Naruto raced away, but not before giving his mother a big hug. Sally laughed as her youngest tried to cheer her up and affectionately rubbed Naruto's untidily blonde hair. Love you, Mom, he stated as he let go. Love you too, honey. Sally cracked a smile as Naruto raced away. Now to get these inside, she thought as she glared at the groceries. Kyuubi's eyes snapped opened as the familiar scent entered its nose. He's late today? Oh well, time for a quick stretch. Getting up slowly, the nine-tailed fox bent and twisted its form as it awoke from its nap. That's the spot, it said as one of its vertebrae snapped back into place. A good stretch is something that is great after a nice nap. Now to greet Naruto. The fox slowly and stealthy made its way towards the front door, tails slowly swishing back and forth. As he slowly went towards the hall, the fox heard a noise coming from the window. Now what? The bijou muttered as he started to change directions while sticking to the shadows. Kyuubi smirked as he saw Naruto entering the apartment via the fire escape. Aoiwa. Naruto screamed as his friend came down on him, fangs and claws extended. Soon the duo were fighting and rolling around the apartment. This was the scene that Sally walked in on with the groceries. Rolling her eyes as Naruto fought with his toy, she went to put things away. Remember, Uncle Max and Sarra are going to be here in about an hour. So make sure you clean your room and the bathroom, Naruto. Naruto weakly groaned in reply as his friend sat on him, ending the fight. And make sure you take a bath. Oh, Mom. Don't on me, young man. You're filthy, and I want you to look presentable to your family. Now march. Naruto grumbled as Kyuubi got off him. Heading towards the hall, he glared as he passed his nine-tailed friend. This is your doing, jerk. My doing. Kyuubi snapped as he dusted himself off. I'm hungry. Your mother didn't feed me anything, and how can you even eat anyway? In fact, you're a mass of chakra. How in the wisdom of the gods can you eat anyway? Also, you told me that you are sealed inside me, yet here you are talking to me. Humph. I eat because I can. Ask the gods why they eat for all I care. They're masses of energy too, brat. Kyuubi flicked its tails and followed Naruto. I guess we are having the meeting in the bathroom while you take that bath. Naruto shivered in fear. Muttering too low for anyone to hear, he grabbed his things needed for his bath. As he did so, he remembered what he had to ask his mother about him going to see Maya and her sisters later this weekend. Putting the thought aside, he entered the bathroom. At least he tried. Kyuubi, open up. Naruto banged on the door. Not until you say the password, came the fox's muffled reply. Wah, you know it's me, Naruto. How do I know for sure? It's me, you flea-infested rug. Now let me in. How rude. I may not let you in at all for that. Naruto looked at the door in expiration. Fine. I'm sorry for calling you a flea-infested rug. Now please let me in. Okay, I forgive you. Naruto signed with relief. Now what's the password? Naruto growled. Clearing his voice, he began. Foxes are mean. Foxes are fierce. Kyuubi has teeth and claws that pierce. Foxes are great. They can't be beat. If I was a fox, boy, that would be neat. Go on, what's the next verse? He is so dead when I get in there. Naruto thought as he started on verse 3. I blame Apollo for the poetry that I have to say to the fuzzball. Far away, a certain god of the sun felt as if he had been praised and insulted at the same time. Perhaps I should change from limericks to something else, Apollo thought. Banishing the idea from his mind to the back burner, The god went back to making a new demigod with the raven-haired woman that shared a bed with him. I feel as if I should be thanking Apollo for something. Artemis spoke out loud as she led her hunters through the woods. After a few moments, the feeling passed. What about Apollo, my lady? Nothing, Zoe. Perhaps we should take a rest soon. Of course, Lady Artemis. GROSS. This meeting of GROSS will now begin. Naruto declared as he washed his slightly long blonde hair in the tub. I, Naruto, commanding officer and president for life, hereby pass the stage to dictator for life QB, who will now read late meetings minutes. We didn't sing the anthem yet, the fox stated as it shifted its paper pirate hat on his head. Naruto tried not to roll his eyes. We sing it at the end of the meeting. But I want to sing it now. Naruto ducked his head under the water. Coming back up, he moved his wet hair off to the sides. Can't you wait? QB growled and started to sing. Out of key. Oh gross, the most glorious club in the cosmos. While I may not be able to stay dry, at least I can breathe underwater. Naruto thought as he thanked his mother Amphitrite for the ability. While he wasn't exactly thrilled that he had to be breathing the water he was bathing it, it was better than the fox's singing voice. He could wake the death with his horrid voice. As soon as he was sure it was safe, Naruto came up. Okay, now that you got that out of your system, can we get to the meeting? Fine, I lost the minutes although. Anyway, Commander, our mission is simple in its nature, but hard to commit to. Survive against the sadistic cousin from the Black Lagoon. The lights flickered as the duo shuddered. Sally took a deep breath as she finished Naruto's hair. Stepping back, she looked at her work and gave him a smile. You look nice. Naruto shifted his weight in his clean shorts and yellow shirt that had a black zigzag going horizontal across his middle. He griped his stuffed animal in terror as he watched the clock tick down the seconds until his adopted uncle and cousin came. Did you think on what I asked you about seeing Maya this weekend? I did. Sally was quiet for a moment. And I think that it is all right. You more than earned it, honey. Your brother, on the other hand. Well, as soon as I dropped you off, I will be going to the camp to collect him and forbid him from ever leaving his room until the end of time or until I forgive him. Knock, knock. They're here, Sally and Naruto said, each with different emotions in their voices. Sally headed towards the door. Coming. Here we go, QB. It was nice knowing you. Same here, Kit. For what it's worth, you were my best friend. Same here. A male voice came from the doorway. Sally, it's been too long. Sally, it's been too long. Sally Jackson felt herself be engulfed by a hug from her brother as soon as she opened the door. Max grinned as he released his sister. How have you been, sis? The boys giving you any trouble lately? Sally gave her elder brother a lopsided grin. I've been good, Max. The boys have been interesting as of late. They spent last summer at a Greek mythology camp ran by Perry's Latin teacher, Mr. Brunner. I think they got a little into it as they came home more rambunctious than normal. Max's grin, if anything, grew wider. That's good to hear, Sal. I'll have to have Percy and Naruto tell me all about it then. Don't call me that. Sally playfully slapped her brother's chest. Where's your daughter? She's finishing a phone call with one of her clients' daughters. Some girl named Piper or something. She was a great influence on the girl, and her father has Sarra babysit or come over to help out his daughter every once in a while. She's a sweet kid from what I heard from my daughter. Max frowned for a second and started to talk in a whisper to Sally. But I'm worried for her, Sally. I'm hoping that spending time with her cousin and adopted cousin will help her. Thanks for taking your time to help out. Of course, Sally moved her hair out of her face. You know that I will help out the best I can. I will hold you to it, sis. Max looked over his sister's shoulder. Is that who I think it is? Come here and give your uncle a hug, Naruto. Uncle Max. Naruto ran and jumped into his uncle's arms. His stuffed animal in Naruto's hands as he gave his adopted uncle a hug. Snuggling his face into his uncle's chest, his muffled voice was almost unheard. I missed you. Missed you too, sport. Hello to you too, QB. Have you been terrorizing the pigeons again? Naruto looked at his uncle aghast. QB doesn't terrorize pigeons. He strikes fear in the hearts of ninjas and his enemies. He is the most powerful bijou there is. Max nodded his head. Of course he is. I see the killer eye he holds. But if strikes fear in ninja, why aren't you afraid, Naruto? Naruto puffed up his chest, and Sally snickered into her hand as Naruto proudly proclaimed that he was his friend and he wasn't scared of him. The sound of steps came from the hallway, and Max turned his head to see his daughter. "There you, Sarra. Come say hello to your aunt and Naruto." Naruto started to shake in fear as Sarra came through the doorway. "Aunt Sally, it is good to see you once again," came the silky voice of Sarra as she gave her aunt a curtsy and handshake. "And you too, Sarra. I love that outfit you are wearing. You must tell me where you got it. Please model it for me, dear." Sarra smiled as did so, showing off her outfit. It was a soft green shirt with a darker green jacket. She also was wearing a dark, almost black-purple leggings and a flower-patterned skirt. Her shoes were a nice softer color to match her shirt and leggings. "It's fabulous. I must get one for myself. I'm afraid it's one of a kind right now, but it is going into the market soon. I'll see if I can't get you one for free from my wonderful aunt. Think of it as an early present from your niece." Turning her head, she spotted Naruto. "Ah, Naruto, you've grown so much. Come here and give your cousin a hug." Naruto backed away from his cousin and looked at his mother in fear. Why didn't she see that Sarra was a dangerous person anyway? But no, all his mother was a young, becoming woman with a career in modeling. But he knew the truth, that under that pretty girl face and polite-mannered charm was a monster that was waiting to strike. One that relished the chance to making him feel pain from it. But his mother didn't know. "Naruto, give your cousin a hug. She's missed you." Naruto opened his mouth, then closed it. He slowly and hesitantly approached his nemesis from the Black Lagoon. As slowly came to his cousin, he looked her over to see if she was hiding something. Having enough of his shyness, Sarra pulled him into a hug. "Naruto, oh, I missed you," she exclaimed as she hugged him, completely ignoring the sound of breaking bones as she tightened her grip on her favorite cousin. Looking down at him as his face was pressed in her cleavage, she gave him a soft smile. Naruto tried not to cry out in pain as Sarra slowly crushed him. His feet dangled as Sarra was a lot taller than him, and he was afraid what would happen if she noticed where his face was. "I missed you too, can't breathe." "Oops." Sarra released Naruto and rubbed the back of her head. "Sorry, Naruto. Guess I was a little excited to see you. How has my favorite cousin been?" "I've been good, Sarra," Naruto said as he gulped down air. "What was with girls and squeezing him anyway? How's your classes going?" "They've been well. A bit boring at times, but I passed them. I have an image to keep, you know." She flicked her ponytail off so it fell freely down her back. "But I stayed top of my division this year again, so that's good." Naruto nodded his head slowly. "So what did you learn this year?" Sarra gave him a wicked grin. Leaning over so that her lips were almost brushing his ear, she whispered, "I'll show you personally in the ring twerp. You should have kissed me by hand and showed me the manners of a gentleman to a lady like me. Looks like I have to beat that lesson in again, brat. I'll consider going easy on you if you remember the other lessons and manners I have beaten into your pathetic little ass." Naruto looked to see if his mother was listening, but she and Max had moved to the living room and couldn't hear Sarra and him talking. "Look at me when I'm talking to you. After the last time I was here, I would think you would know better. I need a sparring partner, and you will say?" "Yes, Lady Sarra." Naruto spoke with a hint of defiance. Sarra rolled her eyes and licked her lips as she studied her adopted cousin. Naruto hid a shuddered as his adopted cousin's eyes roamed over his body, feeling dirty even after taking a bath. "Your tone could use some work, but I'll leave it to being in fear of being noticed in my space." A finger tilted his head upwards, and she gave him a soft kiss. "You're one of the few males that I consider worthy, Naruto, even if you're a brat and a twerp. In a few more years, perhaps. Well, I'll make sure that you will never leave me." Naruto's stomach twisted, and he shuddered. "Now," Sarra turned and headed to the living room. "Let us join up with our respected parents and see if I can't take you to the gym to practice. I want to keep in shape, and you're the only one around here that can keep up with me. The last wannabe man who tried blacked out after the 3rd round, and at least you can last till round 10. Hopefully one day you or someone else will push me to the limit." As she walked away, she grasped Naruto's stuffed fox and looked at it. Throwing it to the ground, she comments that he needs to grow up and steps on it as she walks away. "Bummer, Naruto," Kyubi said without shame. He winced in pain as he felt his ribs heal. "I'll wish you luck, but I want to avoid her for a bit." "I understand, Kyubi," Naruto told his friend as the fox slowly went to the bedroom. "Prepare plan number 12 in case we need it." The fox nodded and Naruto headed to the living room to join his family. I'm going to kill Percy when I see him next. Percy shivered in fear as he held a bag of ice between his legs as the door to the cabin was pounded on. Tyson was fast asleep as the young Cyclops discovered the wonders of Cabin 3's beds. For the past several hours, the girls of Camp Half-Blood were out for his blood, and his fellow male campers were either avoiding the girls or being forced to help the irradiated females beat him up. The sound of the fountain did little for his nerves as the pounding grew louder. "Oh, Percy," the son of Poseidon was not afraid to admit. He whimpered as the sound of Annabeth's voice came through the door. "You can't stay in there forever, you know. You will have to leave out some time to eat. We promise that we will not hurt you a little bit." "I'm not falling for that, Annabeth," Percy called from where he was on the bed. He shifted his weight on the bed and moved the ice around. "You and the rest of you will only hurt me a lot instead of a little bit." The silence behind the door confirmed what he thought. After all, what kind of idiot would fall for that trick anyway? He pondered as he tried to heal his body. All of a sudden, for an instant, he thought of perhaps another version of himself that raised his hand in the throne room of the gods with the gods and several demigods pointing at that version. Either I'm crazy or just slightly out of it. Losing the idea of a dumber version, Percy started to think how he could get out of his more pressing issue, on how to get the females to stop wanting to beat him up. Growling, he flung his pillow to the floor. The sound that came from the floor gave him pause. Moving the pillow over, he found that part of the floorboards had moved. Uncapping Riptide, he slowly moved the board over to revel what was underneath. "Thank you, Tai Chi," he said with a grin as the light revealed what was stored underneath. "Looks like the harpies didn't find them when they cleaned the cabins last summer. Only fixed the boards." "So do you have a plan, Annabeth?" asked a member of Demeter's cabin. "Because Lily's last plan sucked." "How was I supposed to know that he knew to check if we were telling the truth about hurting him that way?" The daughter of Apollo snapped. Annabeth studied the cabin, looking for some weakness to help them drive Percy from the cabin. While a demigod of an other god or not in favor could not enter another god's domain, physical objects could, as the Stroll brothers and Naruto had shown many times when they went on a prank spree. But the windows and door were closed, and if they broke them or the roof, the sea god would notice and demand an answer to why they attacked his territory. "I have nothing at this time. Anyone find anything that could be of help?" asked the daughter of Athena as she rubbed her head. She and her sisters were having mixed feelings on the siege they were doing. On one hand, it was a problem that was challenging and a new problem to figure out. Then it was the idea that this was the son of their mother's rival, and the idea of him getting the better of them was an insult to their mother and a boon for his father. On the other, he was blessed by her mother, and she had no idea what Athena had granted him. Her mother barely ever blessed any children of her rival, but the duo had blessed each other's sons and daughters before in the past. Her brother Matthew studied over the building. He has to come out sometime to eat and get water, so we can assume that he will be out within a day. If he doesn't have a stash hiding somewhere, and if he doesn't resort to drinking toilet water, a daughter of one of the minor gods pointed out. Plus, why are we doing this anyway? This is stupid, and we should be trying to help save the camp. Because he threw down a challenge to us females, and we must fight. Connor mocked in an overly girly tone. Rubbing his head, he flinched under the glares of the campers before him. "Can't we just settle this some other time?" "Never," cried the voices of several females. Seeing that he was getting nowhere, the son of Hermes left the area to go meet his brother. While he liked Percy and was a good friend of his brother, he was not going to stick his head out for the son of Poseidon. At least not today. Travis ran over to his brother. "So you got that feeling too?" Connor smirked and nodded. Two brothers cracked open the cans of soda that Travis bartered for from one of their half-siblings. Their prank since was going haywire, and it was centered around the events by Cabin 3. Toilet water again. Perhaps a mud bath. Connor mused as he watched in anticipation. Travis shook his head. "Nah, I say it's going to be paint or slime. 10 drachmas that does something worthy of their wrath. Make it 20 in the bed for a week if you're wrong. Then you're on." Shaking hands, the brothers waited. They were not to be disappointed. Percy sat on the floor concentrating as he slowly worked. He had to be careful as a single mistake could be his undoing and the mockery of Annabeth and her siblings. Wetting his lips, he worked, not noticing that Tyson had woken up and was watching him with interest. He had to get the formula just right, or else kaboom, or some other effect could take place. After a tense minute, he sighed in relief. "What are you doing?" Percy jerked and fumbled what he had made. He barely grasped it before the contents in the object broke. "You're awake." The demigod deadpanned at his brother. "How long have you been?" "As soon as you were finishing whatever you were making." "What is it anyway?" Tyson studied the cube that Percy held. It looked like an ordinary Rubik's cube, but the young monster could sense that it was not. Percy held it up proudly. "This, sir, is my ticket out of the cabin and the end of the siege that we are undergoing. A puzzle is going to free us." Confused, Tyson wondered about Percy's mental state when the half-blood started to crackle in glee. "Oh yes, they cannot resist it if the right bait is used." Percy started to wake towards the door leading out of the cabin. He paused for a moment and looked at Tyson over his shoulder. "Best if you plugged your nose until we're a fair distance away from the cabin." With a spring in his step, Percy knew that he was playing a huge gamble with the fates, Tai Chi and Nemesis. But some things in life come from large risks. Upon reaching the door, he steeled his nerves and prepared his words. He had one's chance, and if he was going out big. "Hey, and Beth, how about a bet?" he called out the door. Her reply made his lip twitch. "What kind of bet, seaweed brain?" "I bet that you can't solve my Rubik's Cube in under a minute. If you can do so, I'll surrender myself to you and the rest of you guys out there. If not, you all have to drop the subject about what happened before I came to camp." And Beth looked at her siblings and fellow females before answering. "Why should we take that bet, Percy? After all, you have to leave sometime, and there is more of us than you." "Because Tyson thinks you can't. After all, he is a master at solving them, and you probably never solved on in your life. And I can solve it under a minute as well. So I guess we children of Poseidon can do it better if he's right. But I want to make sure that it is true." The daughter of wisdom bristled at that remark. How dare he say that his father's children were better than she and her siblings, the children of Athena? "I happen to one of the best here at the camp, Percy. I bet you I can solve your cube in under 40 seconds. And after I do you, I'm going to make you prove your skill and eat your words." "So you take the bet." Percy was cheering in his mind. Pride and ego were two traits that Cabin 6 had with anything that had to deal with knowledge or wisdom. He knew how to push their buttons as they could not accepted him, a child of Poseidon, being better than them. Areas where his father had domain or influence didn't count. "Of course I'll take the bet, if you swear that as soon as I solve the cube you will leave the cabin." And Beth wasn't stupid. She knew that without his word Percy could be pulling her leg. "I, Percy Jackson, swear on the river of Styx that if and Beth and the rest of the campers that are outside my cabin waiting agree to the terms stated, and swear, as well I will exit the cabin if and Beth solves the Rubik's Cube in my hand. If she does not do so under a minute, she and everyone else must drop the matter and not seek to continue it." Thunder boomed as soon as Percy stopped speaking. The group of demigods looked at Beth, and she nodded. "I and Beth swear by what Percy said." The rest of group followed suit, and Percy tossed the cube at Beth. The wisdom daughter looked at the cube and frowned. She had thought it was a 3x3 cube, however in her hands was a 5x5. "Your minute starts now," Percy called out though his now closed cabin door. And Beth's hands flew as she solved the cube. So focused, she didn't notice the Stroll brothers making a bet by their cabin, or that several other prankster kids had joined in. If she had, she would have hesitated in solving the cube. But she didn't, and she finished the cube in 55 seconds. Her siblings and the girl demigods smirked in victory. "I finished, Percy, come on out." Percy smiled and counted down as he reached for the door handle. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Opening the door, he and Tyson almost started to laugh at the scene before them. There was Beth and the rest of the siege force, covered with slime and the odor of skunk spray. Tyson raced towards the tree line along with the satyrs who were nearby so that they could breathe. The Stroll brothers and the rest of the camp started to crack up as they saw what happened. Several of the girls shrieked, primarily the ones from cabin 10, and raced away. But what sold the image was Beth and her siblings, who were closest to the blast. They were stunned silly with their expressions frozen on their faces as slime dripped down their bodies. "So worth it," Percy stated before fleeing the area. The war cries from the enraged Cabin 6 filled his ears as he raced away. He knew that he was going to pay for what happened, but at least he felt as if he had earned the beating now. I wonder how Naruto's doing. Naruto flinched as Sarah's fist slammed into the face of her opponent, knocking out several teeth from his mouth. A quick jab to his leg and roundhouse kick to the side of his head from her leg finished number 11. You by dash. Number 12 started before Sarah blocked her attack with the pipe and slammed 12 into the wall several times face first. After making sure that the bleeding girl was still alive, but also still awake, Sarah flung 12 to hit numbers 1, 2, and 6 who were getting up. Ducking under a high kick, Sarah punched with both fists to hit the sweet spot between 10's legs. He collapsed to the ground foaming and a glazed look in his eyes. She's a monster, stated as she panicked, and screamed as Sarah's weight fell on her via body slam. Flipping off, she captured 7 in a headlock and used her strength and leverage to throw him to the ground. Swiping her sweat and hair off to the side, she looked up to the cameras that were recording the fight. Any more Jack? These ones are good, but they need more training in order to challenge me. Sorry, dear, came a voice from a speaker. But that's everyone here that is willing to take you on. Did the weapons help at all? Sarah rolled one shoulder than the other. A bit, but they need to work on their teamwork and not crowd the target. A groan came from one of her down practice opponents before Sarah grabbed a now broken quarterstaff and hit him over the head. Hey, don't hit them anymore, Sarah. The bill is already high already, and I don't need them to be more broken than they already are. Jack, I didn't know you cared. Listen, girl, my business would suffer if the word got out that this club holds illegal underground fighting with limited to no-holds matches. Hell, the only reason your toy is allowed in here is because your matches sell, and I don't want to lose my prime money-making fighter. TCH, we'll at least clean this pit up. I want to finish my cousin's training. Everyone who heard her words shivered in fear and in pity for Naruto. Naruto would have ran, but Sarah had collared him and had the collar connected to the wall with a chain. For his protection, she called it. Naruto knew that it turned her on, and because he had tried to run when she had dragged him here. This wasn't the first time he had been here, as Sarah called it her home away from home and brought Naruto to train with her, but she had never been so violent. Why me? He wondered as she swayed her hips back and forth as she approached him. Sarah loved showing off her figure, and her outfit showed it off in spades, but at the same time gave maximum protection against her foes in the pit. Ever since he and Percy had gone to camp, Naruto had noticed that she was similar in looks to one of Aphrodite's children, but had the mannerisms and bloodlust of Ares when fighting. But she was a pure mortal, and Naruto hoped that she didn't become another victim of a god's overactive sex drive. So you want to get started now? Sarah asked her adopted cousin as she gently placed her hand on his cheek. She giggled as he turned his head away and pouted. Tracing his birthmarks, Sarah felt her heart thump loudly in her chest, and she felt her tongue wet her lips. She could not help it. He was too cute and innocent for his own good. Dense like Percy, but she knew that if it wasn't for her, the boys would have only rocks for brains. A taser and bribes of candy went a long way after all. After Percy was trained, it was easy to enforce proper study habits onto Naruto. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Thank the gods. At first, then we will take it at my pace, sweets. I take it back. Note to self. Ask Percy for help in defacing a statue on Olympus of whichever immortal cursed me to being with her. Knowing it would be pointless to resist, he nodded slowly. Sarah squealed in joy and compelled his head forward to land between her breasts by pulling on the chain. Of course, this meant Naruto had a hard time breathing and holding his breath. Lucky kid, thought the manager as he watched from his booth as Naruto struggled to escape. Sarah moaned in pleasure as Naruto brought his hands up to push away from her, but his hands were pushing and touching the wrong places. Many tried to look away from the scene as blood dripped from their noses. Ah, Naruto, Sarah gasped as she freed his head. She turned her head off to the side with a bright red blush on her face. Then with her free hand, she slapped Naruto into a wall. What the hell was that, you pervert? She shouted at him with the blush still shining on her face. Growling, she used the chain to send him flying into the air before yanking down. Spinning on one foot, she let go of the chain and kicked him across the room. Ouch, that's going to leave a mark on you, kid. Naruto blinked in surprise. Okay, I think I may have brain damage as I thought I heard QB. That last kick into the may have, but you are still an idiot. It's me, you fool. QB. Q. Naruto asked out loud in confusion, blinking his eyes. The collar had come off mid-flight, and he was now hiding in the dust cloud, hoping his monster of a cousin wouldn't find him. No, I'm Bugs Bunny. Of course it's me. Also duck and roll to the right in 10 seconds. Lost, Naruto did not listen and was promptly sidelined by a body thrown by Sarra. I thought I said duck. Anyway, kid, I'll explain later on how you can hear my voice, but you have to trust me. 10 o'clock, leap. Naruto flung himself away from the distortion. Sarra appeared where he was and growled when she saw that she had missed hitting him. Her face was flustered and she was panting in excitement. "Oh, Naruto, come out and play," she called, her voice dripping of something that Naruto could not identify, but everyone else in earshot could. It wasn't one of pain giving, but Naruto didn't know that. All of his mental capabilities were shouting at him, saying, "Danger, danger, Dr. Smith. I want to show you something." "Nope, nope, nope. Not going to happen," he chanted in his mind as he ran, his demigod powers and ADHD kicking in. He and Percy had experimented on what powers he could manifest. Chiron told them it was unlikely that Naruto would have a full set and range until he was older, but also stated that it was possible to unlock some by force until Naruto reached 6th grade. So far, he had unlocked 6 demigod powers: water breathing, air and water disturbance detection, basic wind gliding, minor use of shadow cloaking, and minor plant communication. It irked him that he had no combat-related powers yet, but the skills were something any ninja would want. QB pointed out. A little help would be great. First, don't speak out loud. Just think of me and talk in your head, like telepathy or whatever the wheelchaired naked ape from that comic called it. So what I miss? I've lost my mind, Naruto thought before cloaking himself in shadow and hiding in a corner. The potted plant helped to hide behind as it cased a natural shadow to blend in. Sarra raced by without looking, and Naruto fled. His heart slowed down as he relaxed. Collecting himself, he tried what QB had mentioned, but nothing happened. "Q, are you there?" Naruto heard a slapping sound in his mind. "Yes, I'm here. I'm guessing the seal isn't weak enough for you and me to communicate via your mind yet. But let's focus on the task at hand. Your survival against your cousin. What I want to know is," Naruto grumbled as he crawled away from his hiding spot, "why is you're able to talk to me in my mind? Unless the shrink was right, and you're a figment of my imagination after all." QB growled and spewed a string of curses that Naruto ignored. Why can't she torment Percy? Because the fates aren't that cruel, and being taught math by one of Hade's minions is cruel enough for them. QB pointed out. Naruto nodded his head in agreement as he tired to pay attention to his surroundings. But his luck failed him as Sarra appeared above him and forced him to the ground in a hold. "Help!" Naruto cried out in terror as she grabbed his ankles with one hand. "Please don't kill me. You're not going to die, little cousin. It would take too much effort to hide the body and explain to Aunt Sally. But I'm disappointed in you, brat. Next time, try to keep moving when trying to avoid a stronger fighter, and also." Sarah's free hand traced down his torso and chest playfully. "If you wanted to get intimate, you could have asked. Taking advantage of a young virgin girl like me could get you into trouble. Image what your mother would say if she found out you fondled your cousin's chest like that. But good underhanded tactic. But now I have to make sure you learn your lesson even more so. So let's get in the pit and fight properly. My sweet ninja toy." Her silky and lusted-filled voice punctuated each of her words as she started to drag him to the fighter's pit. Naruto's eyes lit up as he remembered that he was a ninja in training. "Hope this works," he prayed as he reached up. "Love you, Mom, Percy." "What are you planning?" Slap. "Ah, perverted twerp." Naruto nursed a black eye as he and Sarra walked into the mall. His body ached all over from the beating. She called it tough love, and it was a friendly spar. His mother had asked what happened, and before Naruto could tell her that it was Sarah's fault, she told Sally her version. How a group of boys had jumped them and Naruto had tried to fight them off, only she had to enter to make sure that he wasn't hurt. She said that he did well, but she was afraid for him when they pulled weapons out. Of course, his mother didn't care to hear that it was Sarra who beat him up, as there was a cop who confirmed Sarah's story, and when he told her his version, the cop pointed out that Naruto had a rather nasty bump on the back of his head. So his mother thought he must have gotten the details mixed up. Sally gushed over her and him, and to Naruto's growing horror, but his mother's joy, Sarra suggested that they all get manicures. So there he was with his nemesis and mother at the mall to get his nails done. Worse, several girls that knew him worked at the place from the academy. He hated his life at times as there was no avoiding them. Naruto brewed as he dragged his feet along, listening to his mother and cousin have a girl-on-girl talk. For a 9-year-old boy, it was horrible to listen to. He never really understood the female need to talk about such random stuff, and the only reason he could even semi-understand was due to his schooling at the girls' academy. As it was a Friday afternoon, so the mall was packed, and his mother kept him close to arm's length. He hated being treated like he was going to be taken away and wanted to explore the mall without his mom or brother hounding on him. But no, he was too irresponsible and young to go out on his own in the eyes of his mother. "Excuse me." Naruto blinked and turned around. There, sitting on a bench, was a man in a suit and another in a tracksuit. The one in the suit he didn't recognize, but he recognized the second. Hermes. Naruto tugged on his adopted mother's hand, and when she looked over to where he was pointing, her eyes widened. "Go take care of that. I'll distract your cousin and get us in line. Don't be held up too long as I need to get you to your friend's home after our manicures." Naruto blushed when he heard Hermes and the unknown snicker in his direction. Gathering what little dignity he had left, he marched up to Hermes. The god gave him a wicked grin. "Yo, Naruto. How's it going?" "Don't mock me, Hermes." Naruto snapped at the god. Naruto still was mad at the god, and he was number 1 of god on Naruto's shit list. "What do you want?" "Straight to the point of the back?" Naruto looked at the man who spoke, but he knew that this was an immortal, but not one he knew. Seeing Naruto's lack of knowledge of who he was, the unknown immortal reached out with his hand. "Prometheus. Nice to meet you." Naruto looked at the Titan with interest and respect. The Titan's face was covered with marks that Naruto knew came from the Titan's punishment before Hercules freed him. However, Naruto could see that the Titan had a tracking device and a shock collar hidden behind the mist. "I'm guessing this is not a chance meeting." The Titan of Forethought shook his head while Hermes rubbed his temples. "Nope, this is request that we need you to do. You see Hermes here." "Hey," snapped the now irritated god of messages. Prometheus ignored the interruption. "Lost something of value. You do recall the story of how the Council of the Gods got revenge on humanity after I gave you lot fire, right? Something about a jar, Pandora, and your brother?" Naruto said as he tried to recall the story. Percy had to do a report on the myth when he was taking Chiron's Latin class, and Naruto had gotten sick of hearing that story. "Yep, that's the one. The god of dimwits here lost the jar after my brother sent it to Artemis on the western coast. He was too busy with a girl and so lost the jar." Hermes came under the glares of Naruto and Prometheus for different reasons. Prometheus continued, "So this is where you come in. We would like you to head west and find the jar before some random idiot mortal finds the jar and opens it." Naruto brightened. Like a quest. The two immortals nodded and Naruto let out a cheer of enticement. It was quickly stopped when he remembered where he was. "When do I start?" "As soon as you are able." Hermes growled as he gave Naruto a look. The god was still miffed after what happened the last time he was with Naruto and was mostly neural to the young demigod. But Hermes also did not like Naruto after Zeus punished him for the fiasco. Cleaning the toilets without powers was not fun. This must be taken care of as soon as possible. "I shouldn't have to deal with the postman losing his mail and sending a boy to look for it," Naruto pointed out to the god. "Also, I'm a dude, and we 3 know how Artemis feels about males, even on a good day. I hope you give refunds cause you suck." Prometheus cleared his throat before Hermes could hurt the demigod. "So best of luck to you, boy. As you don't have a weapon, I'll start by looking at your friend's home after they go to sleep." "Maya's home?" questioned the confused demigod. Prometheus shrugged his shoulders while Hermes rolled his eyes. "Yes. Inside there should be something that will work well for you. Now I'm guessing that we have used up your time here. So good luck and see you soon." With a flash, the two immortals disappeared, leaving behind a piece of paper. Picking it up, Naruto read it. "Have fun with your manicure." Hermes, tongue sticking out. "Arg." Naruto tore up the paper. "I will get you, Hermes." He vowed as he was dragged into the stall by his impatient cousin, whereupon the mask descended on him with giggling flair. "Naruto," Maya yelled as he walked up the steps to her home. He gulped as his classmate raced forward and jumped. "I've been waiting for you." "Gah." Naruto and Maya fell to the ground in a tangle of limbs. The redhead girl held on to Naruto and sniffed him deeply. Naruto blushed as the girl licked her lips and looked at him. "So how are you, Maya?" "I'm well but hungry. My sisters are in the living room, and my mom is making us something to eat." The girl got up and gave Naruto another hug once he was up. "I missed you, Naruto." "It hasn't even been that long, Maya," Naruto pointed out to his excited classmate. Grabbing Kyubi and his things, both kids enter the house. "So what do you want to do first?" he asked as he followed Maya to her room. Maya bit her lip. Naruto. Sorry about this, but it's for your own good." Before he could ask what she meant, a giant snake tail slapped him into the wall, where he was knocked unconscious. "Sweet dreams, Naruto." Percy looked out on the bay, staring up at the night sky, sipping his soda. Mr. D had forbidden him from leaving the camp to go on the quest and to save his friend Grover. While Tantalus had chosen Clarice as the champion, even if it was Percy's idea, Mr. D told Percy he couldn't go as his mother was heading to the camp to pick him up in the morning. "This sucks." Glaring at the waters of the bay, Percy flicked a stone that bounced twice before sinking into the depths of Poseidon's domain. His blood stirred like the ripples of the water, seeking clam, but could not. He hissed as his arm flared up in pain again. Setting down his soda, he looked at his left arm that was wrapped in bandages. Usually it was covered in the mist, so that those who weren't clear-sighted could only see a regular healthy arm. But now that shield had fallen along with the magic that was healing it. Hissing in pain, Percy slowly unwrapped his arm and looked at the gift Luke had given him before he had left the camp. Gleaming in the light of Artemis' chariot's light was the pulsing scars from when he had ruptured his veins and arteries to expel the poison from the pit scorpion. Even after so many months, the damage to his arm was still considerable, and not one day went by that the young son of the sea did no feel excruciating pain. Only because of his gift of healing, Chiron's and Apollo's children's healing abilities, and a shit ton of luck was he able to keep his limb intact. The pain also gave him satisfaction and a sick joy in memory of what he had done to the son of Hermes in return. Taking a swig of soda, Percy popped a vial of a mixture nectar and some sort of liquid that he did not want to think about and drank it down. Biting his cheek, his limb began to burn as the medicine went to work on healing his nerves and muscles. The pain was a side effect that he had to deal with every time he took his potion, and listening to Naruto complaining about it was worse than the drink itself. At nights like these, Percy wondered sort of why questions that only when a person is alone could ask in the silence of their thoughts. "Mind if I sit here?" Percy blinked in surprise and looked over to where the voice came from. Standing a few feet away was a woman dressed like a teacher. A mortal teacher at this time of night? Percy wondered as he nodded. A jogger would make more sense than a teacher, so that means that... "Oh. So what brings you here, Lady Athena?" "Thank you, Percus." Sitting down, the goddess popped opened one of his drinks. "Ah, it is amazing sometimes what mortals come up with. Even with the side effects that come with these carbonated drinks, I still get a kick out of them. Especially when they are shaken up and an unsuspecting god opens one. But business comes first, and you did ask me a fair question." Percy stayed, quite as he did not want to upset his father's rival. Athena's gaze flickered over to him and studied him like he was some sort of creature that she found interesting before looking back up to the sky. "As it were, I have a task that could get you out of the camp. While I obey or defer to my father in most manners, in this I need to go around his approval. While I could use one of my children to complete this task, Zeus would take notice, which I cannot allow at this time." "So you want me, the child of your rival, to do your task, because I'm one of the few that can connect the task to you?" Athena nodded. "Roughly, yes. You see, I have been noticing several odd patterns that I am concerned about. As you have noticed, there are several demigods that are no longer in camp. Some because of the weakling barrier and are doing their best to hide from monsters while staying home. Others have flocked to Luke's side and even now are planning something. I was about to get only a few snips of conversation before one of these rouge demigods left my domain in Boston. I would like you to find out what they are planning." Waving her hand, a folder fell onto Percy's lap. Flipping though the pages to see what was in them, Percy's mind raced. Athena took another few sips as she waited for the demigod to finish his look, though. It wasn't long before he looked at his in confusion. "So what is all this?" he asked as he weighted the folder. "That," she said slowly, is the monetary transaction of several shell corporations and transportation logs over the past several months. The major transactions all go to a single cruise liner by the name of Princess Andromeda. At a glance, the manifest looks normal, but at a closer look there are signs of monster activity that is not normal. That ship is off the coast right now, and I want you to go and board it and find out what you can before fleeing. Athena paused and Percy nodded in understanding. Can I use this to dash? Go save your friend. Athena shook her head in exasperation. If I knew better, I would say that your fatal flaw is your loyalty to your friends. But yes, in fact, if anyone asks, you are to say that you left the camp to save him. If my father finds out the task I have given you, we both will be in trouble. Now, I believe my daughter and Tyson are heading this way. I will be leaving now. But first, waving her hand, 3 duffel bags landed in front of Percy. Supplies for your trip. Take care, Percus, and good luck. Thank you, Lady Athena. Percy bowed and closed his eyes as the goddess disappeared in a flash. Blinking, he realized something that she had forgotten to mention. How am I going to get there? I got to escape, was Naruto's only thought and plan as Maya held him even tighter. The lamina moaned in her sleep as her tail crushed him as it tightened. Kyubi looked on with an indifferent look on his face. After all, what sane straight male would want to leave that position, being held by a sexy and young female? Granted, it was a monster girl, but who wouldn't want to hit with her once she grew up? Wonder if he got his shyness from his father? Kyubi recalled how Minato was girly-looking as a kid before Kushina started dating him. The fox yawned as he lied on his pillow that he found on the floor. Concentrating, he sent a bit of his chakra into Naruto to increase his healing factor. What? He didn't want the baka to die. Look at her mother, for the love of Kami. She's going to be a hot chick when she grows up, and if Naruto screws this up, I'm going to take over and... Snap. Eahewaweawa. Oh, Naruto, I am so sorry, cried out Maya, waking up to the sound of Naruto screaming in pain after his ribs broke. Seeing the position they were in, her face turned bright red. Eep. Quickly unwinding her tail to free her friend, Maya miscalculated the force and speed. Naruto was sent flying into the wall and left a rather large indent with spider cracks surrounding him. Maya and Kyubi winced at the sight of Naruto slowly being peeled off the wall by gravity. I am going to die. Naruto hit the floor with a thud and lay still as Maya slithered up to him. Oi, what's going on in there? His eyes blurry by the impact, Naruto looked to see Maya's mother at the entrance. His face went beet red as soon as he became aware what Maya's mom was wearing. Kyubi's jaw dropped as Maya's mother entered the room, sexily as possible for a half-woman snake person. Rem and Ram entered behind her with their PJs rubbing their eyes. Do you know what time it is, Sweet Fangs? I know you want to spend time with your friend, but you'll get the chance after the elder blesses him for the ceremony. Yes, sis. We want a piece of him too, yelled Rem as she coiled her tail under her. Ram's tail vibrated and rattled as she stared at her elder sister. You just want him cause he smells so much like your pet fox that you ate in your sleep last year. Maya's tail lashed out and sent stone shards flying in her agitation. You don't speak about little Coco. He was a great pet, and he ran away. Maya's mother anime sweat dropped and opened her mouth to correct her daughter, but chose not to correct her. Of course, honey. I see the young man is up. Hello again, it is good to see you again. Oh dear, your ropes seem to have fallen off. Shit. And those clothes seem too tight to sleep in. Honesty, Maya dear, look at his face, he is probably overheating. Girls, make sure to strip him down to his underwear, please, before you tie him up again. Naruto scrambled backwardness as the 3 young lamina cheered and reached for him. Kyubi would have laughed, but he was knocked out under a pile of stone shards. Faraway males everywhere were wishing they were in Naruto's place with a group of attractive females in their underwear/PJs. You get the idea. But Naruto wasn't like that. Strip him of his pants. No. Stop struggling, Naru. They are coming off. Oh, rocket pattern underwear. I didn't know you like that, Naruto. It looks so cute on you. Look at him blush. Give those back. Hold still. Ow. I got his arms. Rem, get his legs. That's it, girls. Rub your scent over him so that other monsters know you claimed him. What's that rising in his underpants? Is it a weapon? I'll check. Don't touch that. Jiraiya looked up from his writing and frowned. It was as if a great disturbance had disturbed the perverseness of the world. It would not do. Packing his bags, the toad sage frowned as he looked at the map of the nations. From what he could tell, the unpleasant feeling of a ninja that had not accepted the ways of the pervert. The last one was Minato, was that meant. Minato's heir lives. The sage yelled as he danced with joy. Soon another will join our brotherhood in the ways of the pervert. Mahaha. Lady Artemis. That feeling's back of a super pervert. Permission to eliminate the source before it infects others. There you go, Naruto. That wasn't too hard, was it? Maya's mother asked as she looked at the very embarrassed demigod. The four lamina licked their lips, and they stared at Naruto's form. Naruto covered his body with his hands and arms and tried not to think about what happened to him. Being striped by girls was something that he was used to, not that he was proud of it. Modeling for the girls at the academy meant that he spent several hours being around girls half to nearly naked, but never so violently and by monsters. Maya's mother made her way to Naruto and circled him, studying him like a fine meal. Her forked tongue flickered in and out of her mouth, and her eyes narrowed in thought. Reaching out, she pinched his butt cheek, and Naruto squeaked. He will make fine stock, Maya. You should be proud of him. Maya's face went crimson in color to the point. It was brighter than her own hair. Mother. Laughing, Maya's mother slithered away from Naruto. Oh, honey, you are so easy. Now, I must go and inform our other guest that we have the demigod, and he is in good heath. Ta-ta. Rem and Ram parted so that their mother could pass as they stared at Naruto with lust in their eyes. That look dimmed only slightly once their sister was done binding up Naruto again. Maya, frustrated that they were eyeing up her man, threw Naruto's shirt and pants at them, as well as other sharp pointy objects. Fleeing the room, the duo held on to the clothes that had Naruto's scent on them. Alone at last, Naruto tried to worm away, but Maya was too fast. She easily picked him up and placed him in her bed. Now, my sweet Foxy, we are together at last. I knew when I first saw and smelled you that you were my chosen one. You smell so good that if I didn't claim you, some other monster would have taken you. But you are safe here once the ceremony is complete and the queen binds us together. Oh joy, Naruto thought sarcastically. As he couldn't move again, he was forced to listen to Maya's plans for after they were bound together. After what felt like hours, he noticed that she had fallen asleep. Kyubi, he hissed to his friend. Ugh, what hit me? The fox asked as he stood up in the middle of the pile. Oh, Kit, can you stop spinning? I'm getting dizzy again. No time for that, Kyubi. Cut me loose so we can get out of here. The fox rolled his eyes and swayed back and forth as he moved to Naruto. When we get the chance, we are getting you lessons on how to escape being tied up and caged, Kit. Not my fault, pouted Naruto as Maya mumbled in her sleep. Mom is still mad after the whole rope trap fiasco. To be fair, Kit, she had spent all afternoon getting ready for a job interview and being hung in front of the apartment with her underwear showing. Then there was the part when she was pelted by water balloons. Kyubi took the rope into his jaws. Mum. What? Naruto asked. I said I hate this. The fox spat out as he finished cutting the rope. Walking over the tail of Maya, he started on the ropes holding Naruto's hands together. She was smart, separating the fingers in such a way that he couldn't even try to escape. If we were in the elemental nations, she could be a Yin Bu level ranked in this. I hope she isn't into bondage like Kushina was. The two males slowly moved away from the sleeping lamina once Naruto was freed. Naruto shivered from the cold breeze that caressed his skin. Seeing that his clothes were unavailable, the young demigod wondered if Hermes had cursed him to have poor luck on his travels. Kyubi led the way out of the room as Naruto followed. As he followed, Naruto realized that he could see quite well in the low light conditions. As the duo traversed the home of the snake women, hiding behind objects or in doorways to avoid the guards, Kyubi suddenly stopped. I smell a storage room up ahead. Perhaps we'll find you something to use for pants. I hope so, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. Opening the door, Naruto eyed the enter of the room. It was full of food and other such provisions, and a package sitting on a barrel. Walking over to it, Naruto opened the ladder that was on top of it that was addressed to him. Naruto, hope this will help you. Took some time for the three of us to come up with the gift and then the design. Hope it fits. From your mothers. P.S. If Hermes didn't hand you our gift before you set off on your task, let us know. Setting it down, Naruto opened the package. Whoa, cool, he stated as looked at the contents. Beads of sweat raced down Mr. D's neck as Sally Jackson roared at him and choked the living daylights out of Tantalus. The reason for her rage? Percy Jackson had fled the camp to save his friend Gregor, along with Annabelle and Tylenol, who had gone with him in the middle of the night. The god winced as Sally Jackson slammed a fist into Tantalus's jewels. The ancient Greek collapsed onto the floor, frothing and comatose. "MR.D.," Sally hissed out. The god flinched at the look the clear-sighted mortal was giving him. Rivers of sweat raced down his skin as the woman slowly moved toward him. Her eyes glowed in rage, and black smoke poured out of her mouth. "Where are my sons?" Mrs. Jackson, please clam down." The god would not admit it due to his pride, but at the moment he was reminded of his wife when he told her he had an affair. She would of course tie him up and give out his best stocks to the highest bidders of the gods before forcing him to come with he on a shopping spree. Sally grinned evilly and lifted up a bronze poker from the fireplace. Mr. D paled as he eyed the red-hot end of the poker. Outside of the big house nearby, monsters fled, and the campers hid in their cabins as the screams of pain from the god of wine filled the air. "Face it, QB, we're lost." "No, I'm sure that we came this way. Where the man-eating rats came from." "Yeah, right. We didn't even pass that overhead on our way, though." "Well, you almost went dipping in acid and then did an Indiana Jones run with that boulder." "You said that the lever was our way, though." Also, who believes a rabbit that was hiding Easter eggs just happens to have a map of this place? It's on an Easter egg, for crying out loud. It was a good deal. Map for not being eaten. Not my fault for dropping it. It was a freaking fracking egg. Naruto and his friend QB were lost after Naruto discovered a stone with a glowing delta sign on it. With his captors after him, he jumped through the opening and closed the passageway behind him. Now he was standing in the middle of a tunnel with no idea where he was or how long he had been walking, running, climbing, and swimming through this. Whatever it was. Sitting down against the wall, he began to cry, his hand made torch falling off to the side. "Watch it," QB yelled as he recoiled away from the flames that licked at his tails. Patting on the end of one of his tails, he turned and glared at Naruto. "Stop crying and get up." Naruto just kept on crying as he was overwhelmed from everything that was happening and the tone that QB was using. He was tired and hungry. He wanted his mom and his family. He was upset that he was crying. He didn't cry, but he was done and his emotions were out of control. "TCH, whatever. I'm getting out of here." With his part done, the fox disappeared into the darkness, leaving Naruto truly alone. Alone. In the dark. Naruto didn't know how long he was alone for, crying. He hated it. He hated feeling so weak. Getting up, he noticed with fascination that he felt stronger in the shadows. Like he was meant to be in the dark. Cool, he thought as he looked around. Everything had an outline of color, even thought he knew there was no light source. Not that he cared. He was a ninja, and this was awesome. Jogging down a passageway, he looked for anything useful. After moving some distance away from he looked at his gifts from his godly parents. One was a bodysuit of black cloth and gray armor with the symbol of the camp on either shoulder. Apparently, his godly mothers thought it was cute that he wanted to be a ninja demigod or thought he would look good as one. He didn't know. Then again, they may have been paying attention to his dream of becoming a ninja demigod legend. When he and his friend were hiding, he had discovered by his great joy that the suit had a minor camouflage abilities and pockets to fill with all sorts of things. It was, however, a little tight in some places. He mused as he shifted it, so it wasn't so tight on his rear. Then there was his new weapon, if it could be considered one. While he was happy to get a weapon to kill monsters like his awesomely cool but dumb brother, he wished it wasn't so mundane. Taking it out of one of his pockets, Naruto looked at the bronze yo-yo. He had at first thought it was just a weapon in a form to carry like Percy's, to no such luck. Flicking it forward, he marveled at the way it moved through the air. He had yet to see how much string was attached to the yo-yo as it was magically connected, but also he didn't want to touch the string. He had discovered by mistake that the string was more like a wire of celestial bronze when he played with it without his suit gloves. Blinking, he noticed that he was now in a room full of marble statues of the gods, but at the same time not. Zeus looked more stern and more annoying to his eyes, and Mr. D looked less fat. He thought about the room, but chose to instead to give the dirty statues a bit of cleaning. Looking around, he found a rag and an empty bucket. Seeing that there was no water, he tried to summon some water using his powers. "Watcha doing?" Naruto jumped at the sound of another human being's voice. Looking to the darkest part of the room as torches lit when he entered, was a boy wearing what the young demigod thought to be a bed sheet. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." "You didn't," Naruto flatly said, knowing it to be false. The other boy also knew, but let it slide. "Who are you?" The boy shrugged. "Just another person in this place. I was raised here, and this is my home. Not many visitors here as they usually die or something horrible happens to the unlucky ones. You are lucky if you've been in here for so long or just entered a while ago." "Just entered to escape an overly affectingly lamina and her family." Naruto scowled as the other boy let out a bark of laughter. "It's not funny." "Yes, it is," came the reply as the boy swings his legs back and forth. Naruto grumbled and went back to see if he could summon some water. The boy watched for a few seconds before opening his mouth. "You constipated or something? I can leave if you need to use the toilet, but the gods wound like you doing it in their presence." "Already did that." Naruto recalled the event with a frown on his face. "I'm trying to summon some water so I can clean the statues." "Why not use that pond?" Blinking, Naruto looked where the boy pointed and his mouth dropped. There in the opposite side of the room was a pond with a spring bubbling where none was before. Snapping his head towards the boy, Naruto's face said it all. "See? Much easier to do so now, right?" "Thanks. I'm Naruto, son of the queens." "You?" Naruto asked as he raised his hand. "Just call me Sarrai, descendant of Athena." The now named Sarrai stated as he stood up and took Naruto's hand. "So, Naruto, shall we get to work?" "Okay." The two boys worked together on cleaning the statues of the gods together for some time, swapping stories. For Naruto, he told stories of camp and his brother Percy. Sarrai was interested to hear the stories and kept asking Naruto for details, which Naruto did his best of supply. Sarrai in turn told Naruto several stories of the gods and his adventures he had had in the labyrinth, the name of the place they were in, and his cousin who visited him time to time. "He hates that he has to get a permit to get here." Sarrai grunted out as he went at a spot on the statue of Athena. "He can only come every once in a while when I'm stuck in here for most of the year looking for my father." "Why not look outside here?" Naruto asked as he cleaned the statue of what he thought was Artemis. He wished that the goddess of the moon statue would stop looking at him with a mixture of confusion and interest. It was creepy. Sarrai shrugged his shoulders in acceptance. "My boss really wants to find my father, and I have to return to his side every so many days. I'm lucky that I can even leave his domain to search instead of his enforcers. They already have to deal with other matters, and he doesn't want them pulled from them for now. But his patience is wearing thin as of late." Naruto didn't push on even as the younger boy's thoughts were still the idea of finding out who this boss was. "I think we're done here." "Yeah. Hey, if you want out, just do down the passageway and take the door you see on the left," Sarrai helpfully stated as Naruto got up. "Thanks, Sarrai. I'll see you again sometime, or Iris call." Naruto asked only to see his newfound friend shake his head. "I rather not." Before Naruto could ask, he continued, "I have to be careful in here, and an Iris message could let him find out I'm looking for him. That would make out our reunion that much more problematic." Nodding his head, Naruto set forth once more, leaving Sarrai behind. Smirking, Sarrai watched as the young demigod left before vanishing. Lord Hades would like to know more on what he had found out about Naruto, and Sarrai was still in hot water with the Lord of the Dead. "Good luck, young demigod," the ghost thought as he finished vanishing. "You'll need it, as the gods aren't so forgiving as they say they are." "Hey Sarrai, you coming or what?" Naruto asked as he looked into the room. Seeing no one, he scratched his head and went back towards the exit. "That was weird. Stupid ninja. Why I even help him is beyond me." QB humphed out as he trotted through the passageway. "I should have not let him go though, with the idea of coming down here, and now I'm lost. I'd rather be stuck behind the seal than in this thing, than walking in this filthy sewer system." He had no idea how long he had been on the move for, and he didn't care. Munching on a squirrel that barely put up a fight, he tried to make sense of the place. So far, he had avoided being skewed, cut into pieces, falling into a pit of crocodiles, and fleeing from an acid mist-filled room. Flicking his tail side to side, he pawed the ground in agitation. Damn it, I miss him. A sound from up ahead derailed QB from his thoughts. Moving forward in a low stalking manner, he moved with silence, tails waving behind slowly. Eyes glittering, he slowly saw a light form up ahead. Exiting though a hole, his mouth dropped at the sight of a vixen grooming herself in the moonlight. Blinking his eyes, Naruto looked around in wonder and shock. He was in the middle of nowhere and he had discovered the exit was an abandoned porta-potty. Looking around, he tried to get an idea where he was. Trees went on for miles around him, as well as a ring of now covered mountains. Good thing Grover helped me with finding my position using the stars, and my mother on what to do if I get lost. Naruto stated with bravado. Several seconds pasted before the demigod stared to scream for help. After several minutes that felt like hours, he stopped as his throat was sore. Rubbing it as it was painfully sore, he began to walk towards the west based off the stars. I bet that QB is still lost in that place. He ideally thought with a snicker as he hopped across a stream. Hearing a noise off to the right of him, Naruto froze. It wasn't the herd of American bison that were sleeping that gave him pause. No, it was the massive bronze bulls that were looking at his direction. K. The largest bull let out a mechanical roar before charging along with its siblings. If not for his throat being too sore to scream, Naruto took off with one of silence. The herd of American bison scattered and Naruto was lucky none of them were moving towards him. However, he still had 13 angry demigod-hating bronze bulls of the Smith god after him. The earth trembled as they moved, and Naruto was lucky he could still find traction due to training. But there was a problem. He was running out of forest, and there was a large plain ahead of him full of hot springs. Seeing that he had no choice in the matter, seeing as the trees that were between him and the bulls were being uprooted or smashed though, Naruto pressed on. Jumping into the air, he avoided being speared though by several buzzsaws and used the steam from on of the hot springs to glide over unstable land. Glancing back, he grinned nervously at the sight of one of the bulls melting in the waters. So avoid being killed by bronze bulls and acid hot springs. Joy. He then yipped as a plasma charge went by him. And now also more ranged weaponry. Thank you, Hephaestus, for such deadly monsters. Not. Landing, Naruto winced as his ankle twisted at an unnatural angle as the ground gave way. Pushing though the pain, he kept on moving with an increasingly painful limp. Taking out his yo-yo, he attacked the nearest bull and entangled the legs, making it fall to the ground and being gored by one of its brothers. Calling the end of the yo-yo, Naruto missed the rock in his path. He went down with a tumble, and the pain increased tenfold. He raised his arms preparation for his death by trampling and realized with a stupid thought that he had the toll for Thanos on him. I love you, Mom, Percy. Closing his eyes, he waited for the god of death to take him. It was not to be. Several silver arrows whizzed by his head, striking the bulls. The bulls let out mechanical noises in pain and frustration as they were denied their kill as the arrows pieced their hides. Noticing he wasn't dead, Naruto sat up as several girls raced by him, with timber wolves chasing after the fleeing monsters. One stopped next to him and leaned forward and looked at his leg. Looking at her, Naruto noticed a tiara on her head as she barked orders to the other girls. His hearing was messed up due to a ringing in his ears, but it was slowly fading. Who are you? He asked in a raspy voice. Or at least he tried. His throat was so sore that it was painful to make the words, and when they came out, it was a pathetic wheeze. The girl smiled. It's all right, miss. We're the hunters of Artemis, and you're safe now. Looking over him, she leaned over and touched his leg. Naruto hissed, and the girl clicked her tongue. It's severely sprained. I'll have to take you to camp to fix you up. So up you go. Naruto felt his heart sink at the sight of her smiling face as she lifted him up. He knew the stories from ancient Greece and from the other campers about the hunters and their anti-boy status. His voice was too gone to plead for mercy as the unnamed huntress carried him like a sack of grain to correct her that he was a boy, not a girl. It's okay, girl. You'll be feeling better in no time. The hunter tried to calm Naruto down as he started to cry. In fact, once we take care of that leg, we'll take a dip in one of the safer hot springs to relax, and you can tell us your story, okay? Death by monster bulls or angry hunters of Artemis. I rather the monsters. Naruto wailed in his mind as his imagination ran wild about all the painful things the hunters would do to him. The hunter didn't seem to notice his tension as they entered the camp and called out to someone called Ruby. Being smart, he hoped, Naruto kept his eyes closed so that he would be spared the pain of looking at the girls when Artemis came. It's a clean break, not a sprain, Zoe. Also, it seems that her throat is swollen. She will be unable to speak or swallow for several hours, so we'll have to wait to get her story. Nothing to worry about. I'll fix her up, and we can go take her with us to the spring. I really need to get the sweat and dirt off my breasts. So much like your mother. Naruto heard the one called Zoe mock gasp in a teasing manner. He then heard a yelp of pain, then laughter as she left. Just because my mother is Aphrodite doesn't mean I like being clean, Zoe. I know that you enjoy a good long bath in a hot spring after a good hunt. Ruby retorted as her hunter sister left. Now let's fix you up, honey. I know scary it is for a 9-year this is, but you have nothing to fear from us. And if you ask me, you look really pretty. Naruto felt lines of sweat trail down his body as he felt her look at him top to bottom. I'm dead. I'm so dead. My soul is going to rip to shreds by Artemis, I know it. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Now let's get you out of this suit you're wearing. Naruto fainted then and there in terror. Is that the best you got? Percy spat out blood as Agrius punched him again. Because I think you need new material. Annabeth and Tyson watched as the bear monster tortured Percy while struggling against their chains. They were ambushed while exploring the ship by Luke's demigod allies and have had the last few days being worked over by Luke's enforcers' tender mercies. Dehydrated, hungry, and weakened, the two could only watch as Percy was subjected to being the punching bag to several demigods and monsters, then being healed with water only to start over again. You may talk tough, demigod, but I can smell that you are tiring. Percy narrowed his eyes before spiting out another glob of blood that hit the monster's eye. He smirked before the monster's next punch hit him between the eyes, breaking his nose. Percy's head jerked back from the blow as the blood sprayed out. Big talk for demigod. Percy twisted his face into something that resembled a cocky smile. Enough, Agrius. Go get yourself something to eat from the galley as I have a chat with my former comrades. Agrius turned to look at the shadow of a person in the doorway. Are you sure? I can still go a few more dash. Did I stutter just now? Go. Get. Something. To. Eat. The monster shrugged as he walked away from Percy. Fine by me. I was feeling a little hungry after doing my workout anyway. Perhaps I'll have some of that meatloaf made from Europe we picked up last week. The person in the shadows nodded before moving aside to let the larger being move past him. Walking forward, he pulled up a chair and sat down backwards so that his upper torso and face was hidden by the darkness, his eyes glittering with rage and madness. It is good to see you again, Percus. I thought I would have had to wait to repay you for your parting gift the last time we saw each other. And you're still clinging to the shadows like a typical movie villain, Luke. Personally, I would too, as your face now is one only a mother could love after what I did. Luke growled at the barb about his face. But then again, that was your most defining feature. I think it does suit you more now than it did to fix in with your monster allies. Luke snorted as he leaned back in his chair. Always one for talk, Percy. You and Annabeth are traveling with a Cyclops, which I must tell you I'm disappointed with you and Beth. Spitting on the memories we had with Talia. And Beth growled. At least I didn't poison her tree, you coward. You spat on her memories more than anything I could ever do. It was the gods who spat on her for existing. Zeus who cursed her instead of saving her life by killing those monsters. Or are you forgetting that the camp was under siege for over a month before it received help from the gods? Or how many died from the arrows that pierced the new-formed barrier before Hecate added more enchantments and Mr. D's powered to boost them? I haven't, and I still see their faces. So that's your excuse of an answer? Boo-hoo. Instead of taking it out on us, why don't you shove your cock and balls into a bender? Luke snarled at Percy's taunt. Oh wait, you don't have the balls to own it up after all. Luke lunged forward, bringing his face into the light as he struck his once-time ally. Tyson gagged, and Annabeth's breath hitched in her throat. Where once there was a face where the only flaw was the scar Luke got from the dragon on his face, there was a massive scarring and wound. She could see Luke's teeth through the gaps of the flesh of what remained of his cheek on the left side of his face. The eye was clearly half blind from where she could see, and the pus-covered wounds pulsed as Luke punched the son of the seas over and over. What remained of the ear was nearly gone. What remains was hanging and stitched together by what looked to be wire. 1. Luke, she thought with a tingle of pity. A traitor she knew he was, but to see him like this tore at her heart. She closed her eyes as Percy screamed as Luke used his sword to stab him through the knees. Ha ha ha. Was it something I said? Percy gulped out as he tired to block out the pain. Luke looked down on him with narrowed eyes. Still the native boy you were, Jackson. If I had my way, you would be dead after what you did to me, and your corpse's head sent to your mother. But then again, if the plan works, you will be just a spare, and I still can kill you. Must, stink as a plan. Bravo doesn't fit you. Once we have the fleece, it will not matter, as Kronos will make you bow to him. Luke walked away and closed the door, as if to seal the fate of the world. As the darkness closed around them, Percy smiled painfully as blood dripped from his wounds. Closing his eyes, he concentrated. He had one chance to do this the right way, or they were all dead. Luke stormed into his office and took out his special brand of nectar that he stole from the gods when he stole the bolt. Taking a swig, he plopped onto the chair and looked over the real-time map on his desk. It was a work of art for sure. Only a few were ever made, and he held the last copy of it. It showed the location of monsters, gods, and other immortals on the surface. While it didn't work for locating demigods, it was still helpful. It was under the lock and key of an aged son of Mercy. Yes, he knew of the so-called other camp. Several of his recruits were Romans that were kicked out for a multitude of reasons. Others were recruited before they got to the Wolf House. It was good to know who your enemies were when preparing to wage war with the gods. It was a pity that one of his spies there was caught by Diana and her brother when he stole the layout of the camp. But he had several more to spare, and that one was a low man on the totem pole. His headache got worse when Kelly and her trainee Tammy walked through the door. He hated it when their forms took on a valley girl look and voice. It made him uneasy, and he didn't need that at the moment. What do you two want? Luke, why? Don't you need a cheer to get better? Tammy asked as she pushed up her cleavage in her outfit. Kelly chucked at the attempt the younger monster did to entrance their boss. You need work, dear. It was a good, but apparent that you wanted something. You need to make your target want you. No, desire you. Kelly gently scolded her trainee. She smiled at Luke, who had a muscle twitching on the good side of his face. I want to take my girls out on a hunt. Request denied. You nearly ate the boy that wanted to join up with us on your last mission in Poseidon. Luke growled out. Kelly rolled her eyes. It's not my fault the girls went overboard. Last I heard, he and Lily are partners now. Luke hit his shudder at the mention of the duo. The boy and monster did it on his favorite couch days ago, and he sent them away to the farthest location possible on a mission. So I heard. Tammy giggled in her annoying accent. They are so cute together. Monster and demigod couples are so rare, but when they work, they are amazing. Luke cleared his throat. Was there anything else? Kelly was about to open her mouth when the ship rocked from multiple explosions. Naruto stirred as he awoke as laps of water tickled his cheek. He was so comfortable. The water was so nice, as well as the hands washing his scalp. His eyes flew open and he jerked in the arms of the huntress holding him. You're awake now. I was enjoying washing your hair. It's so silky and smooth while being completely natural. Rose spoke as she shifted to the side of Naruto. And don't worry, dear. The operation went well. Operation? He squeaked out. Rose nodded. That's right. When we found out that you were a boy, Zoe decided that you were too cute to kill, so we gave you a gender change. So congratulations are in order. You are now 100% girl now. Eyes widening. He quickly had his hands dive into the bottoms he was wearing to see if she was telling the truth. He didn't find his elephant, but he did find a clam instead. So he did what any male would do if they found their junk missing. He fainted. Naruto stirred as he awoke as laps of water tickled his cheek. Then his eyes flew open as he recalled what happened. Just a dream? He wondered before the hunter named Rose appeared in his vision. You're awake now. I was enjoying washing your hair. It's so silky and smooth while being completely natural. Rose spoke as she shifted to the side of Naruto, but frowned when she saw his face. Is something the matter, dear? You look so pale. Maybe you should get out of the water now. Naruto was pale, but not because of the water. All around him were the very naked forms of the hunters of Artemis as they bathed. He was going closed his eyes, but recalled that he was given a sex change, so it was a right now. You're a boy? A huntress yelled after she did a double-take look at Naruto. Blinking, Naruto looked down to see that his bits were exposed for all to see after he had gotten up, as the swimsuit bottoms had gotten snagged on a rock. Naruto's face went from pale to ashen pale as all the girls began to glow with female fury. Mercy! Die! This time as Naruto stirred awake, he kept his eyes closed as to make sure he was safe. After all, Artemis probably won't curse him if he had his eyes closed if her hunters were bathing and he didn't know. Besides, it was her hunters who brought him there. He relaxed as he felt that he wasn't full of holes from all the daggers that the girls wielded. I think he's waking up. Well, knock her out. The operation is almost done. These nerves are hard to rearrange after all. If I mess up, it will scar her for life. Naruto's mind flashed as he tired to escape, but found his limbs to be tired down. It was for nothing as he felt a needle inject him with something. Don't worry, honey. When we're down, you will be better than when you woke up. In fact, you could become one of us. Rose draped a damp towel over her charge as the boy moaned in his sleep. He had devolved a fever, and she was doing her best to take care of him. Zoe watched as she did so, with a scowl on her face. While she did have a strong dislike of males, she had nothing against those who were too young to understand. While she may not care for the boy in their camp, she couldn't leave him on his own, not while he needed their help. Also, Artemis would have their heads if any hunter hurt him. Poor Charlie was still scared of hawks after she castrated a young boy that was lost in the woods and was looking for help. Artemis was furious as the boy was too young to understand what he did so wrong and had Apollo heal the boy. She also wiping his memories of the event and then sent him home, healed with no ill affects. Last she heard, the boy was now a lawyer for sexual abuse victims. Charlie spent the next decade as a rodent that was hunted by hawks before Artemis forgave her. He's getting worse, Zoe. We need Our Lady or Apollo to heal him now. Rose gently rubbed the unknown named boy's cheeks. Zoe snorted but agreed for other reasons. If one of the twins could take him away, the better she could feel about the situation. The boy stirred and groaned in pain in his sleep, and Zoe bit the top of her lip. He was too damn cute for his own good, and he was reminding her of a time before the jerk. Artemis and Apollo are not available. You know that, Ruby. Their Roman aspects were needed at the camp to deal with that incident. I know that, Zoe. But perhaps another god, goddess could help us. Ruby corrected herself before she slipped up. Perhaps Hestia? Zoe hummed in thought before nodding. Exiting the tent, she walked towards the waterfall that was nearby the camp. Around her, her sisters were working on cleaning their trophies from the day's hunt and doing chores. Several wolves darted across her path, as well as the new pups. Zoe let a soft smile flicker on her face as one of the pups tripped over her own front feet. Go on, Gamacaparo Gray, she told the young pup as it followed her siblings. The pup whined at her after a few paces, but Zoe encouraged it to keep moving. Continuing on her way, Zoe's thoughts flickered to when she was still the young nymph she once was. She smiled as she recalled when she and her sisters would frolic between the flowers and trees in the glow of Helios's chariot. Before she was hired to guard Hera's tree and the jerk, she shook her head as her thoughts went towards the man that ruined her life. The man that cast her from her home and family. No, this is my family now. She reached to a coin as she tried to clear her thoughts. Flicking it up and down, she finally sent it into the mist rainbow. Hestia, please, Lady Iris. I'm sorry, Lady Hestia is unavailable at his movement, Zoe. Wouldn't you like to contact someone else, dear? Iris's image glowed in the rainbow as she bounced the drachma in her palm. I know. How about your mistress? Lady Artemis is unavailable, Iris. Diana is in charge right now, and dash. Okay, dear. One call to Diana, right? Oh. No, wait. Why are you calling me Lieutenant? Zoe gulped as Diana's eyes narrowed at her own. This may not end well. Hubie and his new girlfriend were enjoying a nice meal together in the rising sun's light. It had been some time since he had a good fuck, and she was amazing. She said that she was called the Temesian fox in the olden days because the Greeks and Romans were gender biased. She told Hubie to call her Vix, and he told her to call him by his name. So I have been meaning to ask, how did you escape the sky? Last I checked, you and that hunting dog were placed there by the god of night lights. Vix flicked her ears and let out a yip. The fact that he forgot your ability to escape from any trap was why. Also, the fact he didn't think to check that it was you is hilarious. So who is up there? Another yip, and then several barks before Vix took a bite out of their meal. Just some fox that was trying to have sex with you even after you said no? Am I going to end up like him then? The vixen rubbed her head under QB's before giving him a lick and a small bark. QB blushed though his fur at her claim that they were mates now. I would love to be with you until the world ends, but there is a small problem. You see dash. As QB told her the truth about him, the moon's light grew in strength before fading. Neither one noticed as they were too busy with each other swapping stories. Naruko hurled over the side of the boat as it bobbed up and down on the water. She was separated from the ship after a freak storm appeared and whirlpool wrecked it. She was thrown overboard and had been floating for several days. Wiping her face, she went back to her log. Day 10-ish or something. It's getting hard to remember the days. I have spent the last days floating on this boat I unsealed. I guess the last laugh is on me because no one thought I would need it. Supplies are running low and I think I have only a few more days to go. If I ration the food to only 1 meal a day, I can add another 2 days when my water runs out. Yesterday, I thought I saw a large man heading sheep on an island. But the fog could have been playing tricks on me as he was over 10 feet tall. In the distance, I can see what looks like a resort of some kind. Perhaps I can get help there. Setting down her brush, Naruko used a technique to fast dry the ink and sealed up the bottle and brush. Grasping the oars, she began to row again towards the island in the distance. Gulls called out in the air as they rose and fell on the thermals as she got closer. She could make out marble pillars shone in the light, and could hear the sound of many ladies and girls chatting or giggling. Squinting her eyes, she read the sign in the distance. CeCe Spa and Resort. At least it is land.